Crossover. Oh, killer crossover. Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick, hello.
Hey.
Hello. What's up, guys?
Just waiting to find out anything about the Michigan Wolverines.
I don't know. I thought it was going to happen during our show at some point. It did not.
They just tweeted out, the official account did 10 minutes ago, a picture of 4 players, and many of them are wearing shirts that say Michigan versus everybody.
Oh, very unique.
Cool. Some of them have hats that say Michigan versus everybody.
Jim Harbaugh did get on the bus. He got on the bus. Which means he'll probably get on the plane.
That's usually how travel works.
It bothers me so much that teams that are very good still try to have the in-team narrative of it's us against the world. We're basically undefeated, but everybody
in this role has done that, including the University of Nebraska Lincoln.
It's dumb.
Back in 1995.
You're already doing well.
Some people need motivation.
Yeah.
Some people need external motivation.
Is the motivation not that you got the best record?
Now, Nick, in Michigan's case, everyone actually does want to see Michigan lose.
Except for me.
But except for you, because you have a tape that you're standing on.
Go Blue!
We are.
Maybe they shouldn't allegedly cheat.
Maybe they shouldn't. But they did. And that's why we're here.
You still want to see them win, even though they're...
I mean, he's wearing a Cowboy shirt. He likes rooting for the bad guys.
Go Cowboys!
What's wrong with you, Josh?
Lots of things. I don't know.
My idea, Happer, was to let Michigan go all the way, go to the national championship, and if they win, say psych and give the trophy to the other team if they lose.
Psych.
No,
well, that would just be dumb.
No.
Because
that'd make everybody too happy.
I don't think it would make anybody happy, because Michigan would still just point up at the scoreboard and say, "See,
right, exactly, make Michigan."
And they'd be like, "So what? We don't want your stupid vape trophy." And then they could just lean even further into the bit. The best
and it really
thing,
would be Michigan.
The best thing to happen, the best way to quell a heel is to beat the heel.
Correct. They lose today. They lose
Beat
tomorrow.
them.
They lose to Ohio
Whoop
State.
them. Humiliate them.
Awesome.
And then James Franklin walks across the field, throws the bird right in Harbaugh's face,
middle
slaps those glasses off of his head,
says, "Hey, 4 eyes."
So beat the cheating team by cheating,
and walks off like Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Why would
Jim
I don't know how else are you going to beat a team that cheats?
You beat them. The Patriots
beat
lost.
them.
People forget.
I mean, TCU famously knew Michigan was cheating, changed their signs. Michigan, famously, as they always do, choked. I mean, that was great. It was wonderful.
I love when John does that noise.
Oh, God. You're not wearing headphones when he does it.
Yeah.
No, I actually hate when John does that noise.
It's the worst noise.
It's a bad
horrible noise.
Yeah, the best way to beat a heel, the best way to get is to just
the
beat
best
them.
way to beat them is to beat them.
But the problem is they're not going to lose tomorrow.
No.
They're not going to lose tomorrow.
Definitely not.
No, they're not.
It'd
Definitely.
be funny if they did, though, but they won't.
No. I heard somebody say today, I was listening to, sorry, Connor, I was listening to something.
Wow.
Well, you didn't have.
What else is there to listen to?
Well, I was tuning through the
Sipple.
radio. I was tuning through the radio, and I heard
Sipple.
Michigan's color analyst, John Jansen, on. So I wanted to listen to that interview.
What did he say?
I mean,
We didn't do anything.
I mean, he was a much more polished, better broadcaster than the idiot on ESPN who's taking up for Michigan, who used to play for them.
Oh, Desmond Howard?
Yeah. I mean, he basically said all the Michigan things. But anyway, they had a gambling guy on who said that if they do hand down a suspension and if Harbaugh's not there, it would be worth a couple more points on the spread.
For who?
For Penn State.
Yeah.
So it'd be like Penn State plus 2.5 instead of plus 4.5?
Plus, 2.5.
Makes sense. Maybe even more. I mean, he's the head coach.
I don't know. I think they've probably prepared for that just in case, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Well, the funny thing isn't the ironic thing that, remember when he was suspended for the first 3 games and we made fun of the fact that they had multiple head coaches during that time? He's probably like, hey, just in case I get caught for cheating. Let's all of you get some experience and then we'll go with the best one.
That. You might be right.
Yeah.
So now they have lots of experienced head coaches.
Just in case this whole thing comes up. let's get you prepared.
Yeah.
Hey, Dad, coach a game.
There you go.
Didn't his dad coach a game?
His dad?
Harbaugh's dad.
Well, he
For
was on
Michigan?
he was on the sidelines, but I
Yes.
don't think he was the head. I don't think he was the head coach
They
designated.
let him.
I thought it was a bunch of tiny babies who were head coaches. It was
I'm
like
pretty sure they let. Well, like they had to elevate somebody else.
Daddy
right?
Harbaugh.
How cool would that have been if Connor would have been one of Connor Stallions would have been one of
my
the
gosh.
guest head coaches?
That would have been
sign
funny.
stealer guy.
Yeah, that would have been hilarious.
That would have been pretty funny.
But then that would have to acknowledge that Harbaugh actually knows that the guy exists.
It's true.
Because I'm guessing that's the next thing to happen in this is for Harbaugh to say, I don't even know who that guy was.
Did you guys see Biff Poggi's tweet today?
Oh, good Lord.
Biff Poggi.
Biff Poggi, former Jim Harbaugh assistant, now head coach at Charlotte.
Oh, what did he say?
He says, I've been as close to Jim Harbaugh as anybody in the world for the last 8 years since he was an assistant in Michigan. I have no idea who this person is.
Tough look for Jim's wife.
I stake my reputation on it. So that's how you know that they're not guilty of anything. They're off the hook.
Yeah. I mean, of course, the Harbaugh defenders will defend him.
Yep.
That's fine.
Yep.
Go blue.
Heels have to have friends
I can't believe
too.
you're on the Michigan side. This is disgusting.
Well,
Joe.
part of it's the bit too.
A little bit, but I am rooting for them genuinely against Penn State tomorrow. Why would I root for Ohio State? I don't know why.
It's not Ohio State, it's Penn State.
No, but in 2 weeks, why would I root for Ohio State?
because you're rooting for Michigan.
But I always have
Rooting
rooted
for Michigan
I've
is
always
worse than
rooted
rooting for Ohio State.
Always rooted for Michigan. You know, I'm not going to change my mind now.
Oh, because you're from
People
there?
forget I lived there for 3 years. I lived in Grand Rapids.
Yeah.
Even though you were like the rest of them going, how come their helmets look so stupid?
See, now that's a wild take. That you don't think the winged helmets are good?
So how old were you when you lived there again?
They're good, but they're also ripped off. I mean, they're not even their design.
5 to 8. I was 5 years old to 8 years old.
That's so young. Should that count?
Yes, that's when you become well, outside of you, Nick, that's when kids become fans of football and sports in general.
Pretty
Okay.
much.
They don't do it in their 20s.
Fair enough.
That's why, I would love to not have to be a Cowboys fan. It'd be great. Be a Chiefs
But you lived
fan.
in Michigan, so
But,
you're a
yeah,
Cowboys fan.
Exactly. Thank you. Thank you, Happer. Perfect.
I get it now.
Yeah, there you go. You understand.
That's all right. I mean, not everyone, cheers for the good guys.
Yeah.
Some people
love
cheer
you
for the
get
bad
it.
guys.
You get it. Michigan is easily the most hateable Big Ten.
That is
Oh,
a crazy take.
No, it is not
Sienna,
a crazy
you said this
take.
before all the cheating stuff, but
That is not a crazy
it-
take.
why-
They
it's
are the
what-
Texas of the Big Ten, easily. They are the ones. I mean, Ohio State, yeah, they win all
they're
the time.
always good. That's the thing.
But
Ohio
that's-
State, easily hateable.
But Michigan is always good. They're just not a champion. But then they hold themselves up like they are champions, but they're not.
See, this
They
is-
play the heel very, very
This
well.
part, I guess, has never bothered me that Michigan,
Well, of course not, because you like them.
Yeah, but yeah, I guess I didn't. People really hate them for the fart sniffing aspect of themselves.
They are fart sniffers.
mean,
I know.
Who watches a movie where there's the fart sniffing bad guy and roots for that guy?
I guess me.
Josh Peterson.
I guess I do.
But then
From
how can you
Michigan.
not see why everybody else thinks
No, I can't.
it's fart sniffing nonsense?
I'm just stunned that you guys think it's so easy that
It
they're
is.
hateable more than Ohio State.
Yes, easily.
Oh yeah.
Easily.
Mm.
Because it's not like Ohio State has turned into Alabama and wins every championship.
That's true. They do like to fail a
won
lot.
one.
Yeah, that's.
I mean,
pretty
they don't
fun.
fail like Michigan does.
No, I'd say they fail even worse.
What?
They recruit at a level unmatched by anyone in the entire northern
you're
part of
moving
the
the
country.
bar.
No, I'm
Here
just
we go.
saying they
Moving
fail.
the
Like Michigan
goalpost.
fails, of course. I'm not arguing against that. But Ohio State recruits like they're Bama, but they win like they're Michigan. That's a tough look for them.
No, they win better than Michigan.
Barely. They've only won 2 titles in my lifetime.
They've been in the playoff how many times? 4 years?
And Michigan won a half of one.
They still that's
And
you know,
2 all time.
2
all time.
all time.
All time.
What do you
I think
mean?
the other one was in the 40s.
Michigan? John,
Yeah.
they have like 11 national championships. What do
Oh,
you-
are you going to be like Alabama and claim all these
Texas
fake
A&M
ones?
championship.
we're not allowed to. You can't claim titles from the 20s.
No.
Nebraska
fielding
doesn't.
Yost.
That's why I give Nebraska credit. They claim the ones that everybody claims.
Most people claim those ones from Michigan back when they had Fielding Yost as their coach.
That
You
wasn't
always-
a national
Does
championship. That
Maryland
was
claim
garbage.
Maryland. Minnesota claim national championship?
Yes, of course they do.
Ah, they don't
What?
count.
What? Wow. These are wild. You don't count.
No, they're not wild. Now we're
in the
turning into
20s.
Texas A&M over here.
No, we're not.
Josh Peterson. Hey, Cowboys won last year. Slap it on the wall.
John, Minnesota.
No,
You don't claim you don't think the Gophers were national champions?
I didn't say Minnesota. I was talking about. I'm talking about all the titles. Like Alabama claims like 18 of them.
Yeah, Texas A&M is the worst.
Most of
offender.
them before the 40s, before there was a recognized AP poll.
Sure.
I don't recognize any. Well, of course, most of them are mythical anyway.
Well, yeah,
because it was all
that's
opinion.
college football.
But the ones that came prior to the AP poll,
Michigan has those. What are you talking about?
Like which?
The one in 1948. They were voted AP #1 in that year.
That's what I said.
What are you talking about? Well, they had
You're
another
claiming
one.
they have like 18 of them.
No, I said they have 11 national championships.
And where are the others?
01, 02, 03, 04. You don't count 01?
No.
They went 11-0. What are we doing?
Yeah, and about 19 other teams went
And
11
then 12
0.
years later, the Titanic sunk.
I didn't realize. I didn't know this take that people
What are
just.
you talking about? We used to make fun of Texas A&M
John,
for slapping a bunch of numbers on a
We
wall.
make fun of Texas A&M because they claimed winning a conference championship when they didn't even win
and
their
they claimed
division.
all of the other numbers too that we made fun
But yes,
of.
they have like 3 losses in most of those seasons. Michigan always went undefeated when they claimed their national championships. I didn't realize
Again, those are I've never recognized
So you don't claim,
those.
Happer, you don't recognize 1941 Minnesota for going 8-0 and being the AP #1 team?
Whoa, whoa.
Do you?
Yes, of course.
Now I claim that one because
I don't
really-
disrespect history.
No, okay. I again recognize the AP
I don't
You know
really
who
think
poll.
else
about the
didn't
40s
disrespect
much.
history?
I
Josh?
recognize the AP poll, but before that, I don't because
Wow.
it was all a bunch of hoo-ha, and it was usually one guy's
Hoo-ha.
opinion. It was one guy's opinion.
Interesting. Yeah,
Yeah, I've always made fun of those folks. I make fun of Alabama for claiming 18 of them.
Like, is Minnesota a blue blood?
no, of course not.
They used to be.
Yeah, they're good from the olden times.
From the olden times.
Yeah, but I'm still not going to be like, it'd be like getting mad about the pre-Super Bowl NFL champions. I'm going to
No,
acknowledge those.
no.
I acknowledge
That is
those.
so different because they actually recognized a playoff. They had a
played in
game.
playoff, Josh.
Yeah,
Mm.
they were NFL champions. Yeah, no. The college, I've always recognized the AP ones, but the other nonsensical ones like the, Professor Dr. Fart Sniffer, survey. No.
Jesse asked, Josh, do you root for Michigan when they play Nebraska? Of course not.
Oh, okay.
I like Michigan. I don't live and die with them. I just want them to win. But like if they lose, it doesn't ruin anything. Well, I mean, it kind of does now because of John. So I mean, I root
because
for
of
them
me,
because of you. I don't want to show up on Monday having them lost
So
to Penn State.
you don't think Michigan fans are like
No, of course they
snooty?
are. I agree. I agree they are. I just the confusion that I found was that it's obvious that they're more hateable than Ohio State because I think Ohio State is very hateable.
because you're a Michigan guy.
Yes, of course. But I mean,
there you go. That's all you need
I mean,
to
I
say.
talk to people,
Period. End of
though,
story.
there are many
But-
that come up to me with tears in their eyes and they say, sir, I agree with your take on Ohio State.
Like when Nebraska joined the Big Ten, were you more excited to play Michigan or Ohio State?
Michigan, by far.
Same
It's like,
here.
sweet. Can't
Same-
wait to go to the big house.
Yes, same here.
It was pretty equal for me because Nebraska had played Michigan even more than they'd had Ohio State. Nebraska, before joining the conference,
Just the
Nebraska
Alma Bowl.
played Ohio State like once or twice in the 50s, and that was it.
Yeah.
Now, granted, it's not like they'd played Michigan a lot, but
There was that
so
Alamo
it's kind of
Bowl.
even for me.
People forget about the Alamo Bowl.
Mm.
Remember the Alamo Bowl?
Mike Tirico was on the call
He was.
with Kirk Herbstreit.
People ran onto the field.
They did on the last play of the game.
And then Mike Tirico started reading the rule book. And remember, when they're on the
He
field,
loves the rule.
And our
book.
250 guest was like, thank you, Tirico. I love it when you talk about rules.
Yeah.
Mike Tirico, handshake me.
Wow.
I
love rules.
mean, I appreciated that.
I did. He knows the rules.
Yeah,
Josh.
he did.
Very
It's
cool.
too bad
Unlike
Tiri-
Jim Harbaugh.
Too bad Tirico wasn't on the call that Michigan State game when,
Which
Brandon Riley clearly went out of bounds
Oh,
on his
no,
own.
he
That
would've
one, John, I was thinking last week when the guy didn't catch a touchdown.
Well, I wanted something that was more like needed to be defined by the rules. That was just flat
Instant
replay
Canceled.
incompetence.
That was wild that they reviewed the play and they were still like, nah, touchdown.
How much of it? I wonder how much of it was that they missed pass interference, and
Yes.
so they just kind of we'll
guarantee
let
you.
it slide.
Because remember, that
That's wild.
happened.
I
What-
know.
What game was that this year where they missed something else before the actual play? There was an example that I had at the time. I can't remember what it was, but same deal. Missed pass interference or missed the holding, whatever it was. And then,
Well, I mean, the Cooper's Gene play. They weren't reviewing. They weren't reviewing, invalid fair catch. They were reviewing whether or not it was in bounds. But we can look at every aspect of the play.
Yeah. Also on instant replay, which I know you are with
Huge
me in
fan
the club of hating instant replay. You can convince yourself during instant replay that anything is happening while the ball is moving so slowly. But that was so obvious.
Yes.
I don't know how it wasn't overturned.
Yeah.
Yes.
Doesn't make any sense.
It's like the one that I always bring up, and how instant replay isn't really like the spirit of it is when plays are knocked out of bounds in basketball, and how it used to be officiated one way, and it is for however many minutes in a college or an NBA basketball game. It's officiated one way, where if a defender, it's off of the defender because he swiped the ball away. But now they go and look, and they're like, oh, but look, it touched the guy's fingernail. And
Same
so
thing
it's
with the guy coming
of
off the
often.
bag by this much at second base when he pops up after he's clearly stole the base by a mile. Stupid.
Yeah, I don't like that stuff.
Bad.
Not a fan. Not a fan.
Good.
Yeah.
I'm glad. Glad you're in the club. You need to join the club of hating Michigan, though. It's really cool.
Don't think I'll be joining that one. Don't think. I mean, unless they do some truly heinous crimes.
This reminds me of the time that a friend of mine and I went to a WWF show, and we were cheering for the bad guys, and people were throwing stuff at us.
What?
It was great.
Josh.
It was so great.
People should throw stuff at me.
So I can understand where Josh is coming from. It's fun to be on the bad guy side.
Who's your favorite Star Wars character?
Well, Palpatine, but it's not like. But I wasn't sitting in the theater cheering for him.
I think you liked it when he killed Mace Windu.
Well, but Mace was an idiot and was a terrible Jedi, and Mace killed himself. In the immortal words of Vince McMahon, Mace screwed Mace.
He didn't kill himself.
Yes, he did, by stopping in the middle. Oh, God, don't get me on this with
I can't wait for Michael to be here.
He stops in the fight.
Because then Michael's like, you're racist. You hate the black Jedi.
He stops in the moment of truth. He's got the baddest guy in the universe at his feet. He is about to kill him, and then this 18-year-old kid wanders in.
I don't think he was. I don't think
he just wanders in.
I'm Gen Z.
18-year-old kid that Mace has ignored for 10 years.
Yeah.
And just dismissed him at every turn. And in the moment of truth, he lets the 18-year-old kid come in and say, oh, do you think we should be doing this? And Mace is like, durr, let me talk to you. And then the Emperor just goes, zaps him, slaps him, sends him on his way. What a moron.
He would have finished the job if Anakin didn't show up.
He would have finished the job if he wouldn't have been a moron and kept ignoring him like he had ignored him for the previous 10 years.
They were all being manipulated,
Mace
John.
Screwed Mace.
They were all being manipulated, John.
Mace screwed Mace.
That's the entire prequel trilogy. It was just manipulation.
Happer, thoughts on Star Wars?
I agree with John.
Thank you.
I'm on John's side.
Thank you.
I'm too. On this point, I'm on John's side.
Now, of course, the Sam Jackson defenders will say, well, he's just doing what George wrote. And that is true.
He is a character after all.
He is a character.
That's how
all.
movies work.
So really my
just
main
an
critique is with George Lucas.
Okay.
They could have maybe written it a little better so that
Yeah.
Mace didn't come off like a patsy.
Yeah, he really does come up like an idiot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because before that, Mace was just, he was okay. He was, seemed like a, straightforward, stern leader Jedi.
Did you know that Mace Windu used dark side techniques in his lightsaber style and his fighting style?
Wow.
No, I didn't.
Well, now you do.
Well, apparently he wasn't dark enough because
Whoa.
dark
That's
side.
racist.
Wow.
Dark side enough. Wow. Dark side enough to overcome George Lucas's writing. Damn.
That was
That's
funny.
dark side. Dark side enough.
He's just dipping his toes in the dark side. Qui-Gon did it too, but Qui-Gon saw through the lies of the Jedi.
Qui-Gon Jinn.
That's why Qui-Gon is the best
Well,
Jedi.
he also died too.
Qui-Gon is the best Jedi.
Qui-Gon's the best Jedi because he saw the direction the Jedi were going, and he's like, "This isn't what we're supposed to believe." He saw the writing on the wall.
KD says, who was more arrogant, the Jedi or Scott Frost?
Oh,
Ooh. Scott Frost.
Yeah, Qui-Gon wasn't ever sliding down.
Yeah, you never saw Qui-Gon
rail.
and Mace sliding down the rail. Unless it was part of the fighting tactic.
That's
but
true. That's
just
true.
for S's and G's? No. No.
Scott Frost did do that.
He did.
Slid down the rail.
Man, Scott Frost.
it was fake, staged too. Sad.
Yep.
That is so sad.
I liked it more when I thought it was candid because it's like, oh, that's whimsical.
Mhm.
He's got a fun side to him.
Yeah. And then he called an onside kick.
And then he called an
He
onside
did
kick.
call an onside kick. That was pretty bad.
So bad.
I just remember when people were trying to defend it that week. I was like, what are you talking
Jason
about?
Benetti is like, oh, an onside kick. You can literally hear it in his voice,
Yeah.
like, what an idiot.
And-
what is this?
And Brock Heward goes, I didn't like that one.
Yeah.
Greg on YouTube, Yoda, adjust to us the Sith must.
Yeah.
Best week of practice we had.
Nice.
Oh.
And I mean, Jason Benetti, who now is no longer the voice of the
Yeah.
White Sox,
Hilariously.
he knows what bad management and just
Yes.
bad,
He worked for the White
he
Sox.
worked for the White Sox. So it's like, if he questions your decision,
yeah.
he speaks from experience.
Oh, yeah, he gets it.
Mm-hmm.
He gets it.
Oh, I was.
He was trying to end the game. He was trying to finish the game. No,
No.
that's not that's not how it works.
No,
It is not how it works.
no, it's not.
We should have Jimmy ask that of Adrian. Hey, what did you think of when Scott Frost
Oh
called the
my-
onside? Because he
Yeah.
wasn't on the team anymore, so
That's
it's okay.
true.
So
That's
you can be like, hey,
true.
what did you think
Yeah.
of watching it on TV? Maybe we'll ask him that because we talk to Adrian for like 30 seconds every Wednesday when we leave. Though now there's the Creighton Athletics Hour, so I guess we won't.
Hmm.
This is very sad. He gave us a fist bump one time. It's like, see you later, Adrian.
And you didn't ask him how he felt about the onside
no,
kick?
I was now
Didn't
I
think
would
of
love
it.
to. Yeah. So I'll
Didn't
have to
think
ask
of it.
Jimmy. I'll have to ask Jimmy to ask.
Yeah,
him.
what'd you think of that?
Use Jimmy
onside
as your
kick?
middleman.
Well, yeah, I mean, he does the Ask Adrian segment because
That's true.
again, he's not going to be here until 7:00 now. So
Mhm.
We could plant that in our listeners. I'm sure
Yeah.
there's some listeners.
He
of the
shows up
show,
around
listen to Jimmy
6:30
show.
if you want to stay here.
no,
How I stay here.
Josh does not want to do that.
no, I'm good.
Yeah, we're all right.
Sometimes I stay later, but that's to do interviews. But
Mm.
yeah, otherwise I just go home.
Going home.
Yep.
Well, John,
Well,
put your
Thomas-
muffs on because I'm going to tell you the score tomorrow.
Oh man,
It's going to be great.
I love the idea of someone holds up a sign
why
with the
is
score,
that-
but it doesn't tell you what teams have the points.
That is why are people trying to be mean?
It's not mean. It's funny.
No, it's not. It's not funny. It's mean.
Mm.
It's terrible.
We make good
Here
points
I-
against each
Here
other.
I'm trying to avoid being spoilt, so I
John,
can go
you're
home
gonna
and
know.
watch.
You're gonna know that. You're gonna know who.
I
won the
think I
game.
can do this. I really do.
So real quick, I was thinking about this.
I don't think you can.
So here's where I'm most concerned for you, John.
Hmm.
So you will open up the Peacock app, right, to watch it, because that's how you're going to have to watch
Yeah,
it.
and I don't think
Are-
I don't think it shows the score.
See, that's what I was going to ask. Let me go to peacock.com. and
But if there's
see.
like a story on there, it's like Nebraska loses to
no,
Maryland.
because I
Oh,
looked
that'd
up
be a bummer for John.
because
You
I
have ESPN on your
I don't
phone, turn
remember
off
what
those
I was
notifications.
doing.
I don't think John has notifications on ESPN for Nebraska games because he's watching.
I don't have
them.
notifications on ESPN.
Yeah.
I don't use ESPN as my scoreboard
Mhm.
app. I don't think they post the score.
All right, here we go. I'm opening
My
up-
only concern is, will the game be instantly archived
Okay, so here we
Oh,
go.
as soon as it's done?
Josh Odson knows the answer to that. I think it wasn't going to be till later.
Yeah, look at all those. Look at all. I mean, is that
Oh
Yeah, I
no! See now,
I
look.
think it typically takes a
Highlights:
while.
Michigan routs
What?
Purdue 41-13.
but it's highlights. But
yeah,
if
where's
I'm
the
not on
full game?
if I'm not on the highlights,
Where's
well-
every? See, but John, this is just in the sports tab. Where the hell is the game at? See, this is where I'm concerned.
I am concerned too because I got to find a way to watch.
Oh
the
no!
game.
Okay, here we go. So now I don't know how you're going to get to this spot without getting spoiled on the app. But
well,
there
that's
is
on
a
the computer.
college. That's true. There is a college football replay of West Virginia versus Penn State, but it has no information. Let me
Mm.
click into
Ooh,
it,
that's a yeah.
and it says the number
Oh.
7 Nittany Lions take on West Virginia week 1. Watch replay. Okay, and so it does not give you a score. All right, so there you go. That
No,
is-
but
that's
you're
the
right.
best
You're
choice.
right. I mean,
Opening the app is going to be frightening for you.
because if I do a search, Nebraska, right?
It might give you
Because if I just go to the sports tab, it might in the underbar show highlights, Maryland, Nebraska, and then the score.
Yeah. Yep. David asks, can you
Hmm.
pause broadcast while you're watching on Peacock? I believe so.
Yeah,
I don't know why you wouldn't be able to.
yeah, I think so.
Yeah. So there you go.
Also, I don't think you're going to get out of the arena without knowing.
See, that's the thing.
Well, but who's gonna say anything besides you?
Well, even if I don't, I won't. But there's a lot of people in that building, John, and they're
Well,
gonna
they are,
all-
but by the time I leave, There's not that many people. And the only people there are like the team leaving, and they're not going to know or care about.
What if Coach Mack tells you?
Mac doesn't care.
What if he?
Mac really doesn't care about
No,
Nebraska football.
He definitely doesn't. But what if I told him to tell you?
Oh, that would be funny. If he sat down, he's like, "Hey, how about that Husker game today? They won."
He really likes razzing you.
He does.
Go to the guy who controls the big board in the middle.
Know that guy?
Post it on there.
I don't think they'll do that.
No.
See, and that is the thing, is that Creighton doesn't want to acknowledge
Creighton's
Nebraska
in
a good way.
Yeah.
Now, if they lost, maybe, then you never know. They're not going to show college football scores, though, at a college basketball game.
They do put college football scores on the
Is it
ring.
just top 25, though?
Maybe.
Mm.
Maybe.
John,
I'll be honest with you. I never look at it.
That's good.
Now, of course, the thought will be in my head.
Yeah. Hey, I wonder if they're going to show
But
the score.
I never look at it.
There will be oohs and ahs from people if the score does happen to pop up.
But if I have my headphones on, sometimes I don't sense what's happening.
In the force?
You might be, I don't know, you might be okay. You might be okay.
No, Josh's scenario is
that one
is the most.
Yeah.
I did not think that one.
The app?
Yeah.
I'm very concerned about that.
You might be able to get out of the arena. And I think if you get out of the arena, it's really a win.
Yeah. That would suck.
If he
makes
get all
it
the way home
and then the app
and then
screws
the app,
it for him, that would be a bummer. So you might have to ask would your sons, would either of them troll you? Because you might have to ask them to set it up. Say, hey, son, I'll give you $5 if you open up the app and go to the game and press pause at the beginning. I don't want to know what happened.
Maybe you can just go straight to Jack's house, because that might be the amount of time it takes Jack to actually get it set up and working.
Wow. Jackson
Jack.
old.
He was complaining a lot about Peacock.
He was, but not from that perspective.
Anti-Peacock.
Anti-Peacock.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. I may have to see if one of the boys will find the game.
Yes.
Cue it up for me.
Have it ready to go right when you pull
and just
in.
hit pause.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be really nice.
It's a good call. It's a good call.
I'm happy. I'm looking out for you, man.
I know.
I want you to make it. This is a fun exercise.
I'm curious to see if I can do it. I mean, at the end of the day, is it going to kill me if it does get spoiled? No. If anything, it might give me an excuse not to have to watch it. I can just look at the score, look at the box score, and be, okay,
we talked about that like a month ago, about maybe as a bit just not watch the Nebraska game. And so Saturday I missed essentially the whole second half live. And on Sunday morning I was like, do I want to watch it? And I did, but in hindsight, don't really think I needed to. It's not like we got into the nitty-gritty, of the second half.
No, there's a couple games over the years where I have never watched either a quarter or a half.
Oh, wow. And you still had to talk about it?
Yeah, well, I mean, the most famous one was the Georgia Southern game last year, which was a completely inconsequential game in the grand scheme of things.
In the end, no one talked about
Yes.
it. You know what? It's another great example of that is the Ohio State loss 2 years ago, because on Monday,
everybody got fired.
I guess the morning show and the midday show, they needed it.
Yeah.
But for us, we never talked about that game.
Yep.
Because during the crossover with Gary, we got the email that 4 coaches were fired.
Yep.
Ross was coming back.
Yeah, we never had to mention
And it was like, oh, okay, so that changed our Monday.
Mm-hmm.
And
Charles seems convinced that many tweets are coming my way. I won't have Twitter.
John
on.
will,
he won't check.
And
Twitter.
John
That
doesn't
won't be a
get
problem.
notification. John isn't someone who has the notifications pop up.
Well,
Bob
I mean,
mentioned you.
Yeah, it'll show up at the little top. It'll have the little @ symbol, but no.
That will not be a problem for you, John.
No.
You'll be fine there. It's more of the people that I'm concerned about.
The
and
people.
everybody now knows about this thing that you're trying to accomplish.
We do have a very famous show.
So
Are you worried about any J-skers just talking behind you and then
that's
you
what
just
Well, again, I
hear
have
it randomly?
I have my headphones on. When I'm on the broadcast, I have my headphones.
you
on.
do occasionally get up, not during the game, but
Got to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, but who knows?
Tinkle.
a little bit of tinkle?
We'll see.
might
Again,
make
it won't ruin my life. If
I
it-
think
if
it'll
it
come
happens.
from
It's just a fun challenge.
It's an
like
exercise.
It's like saying, can I starve myself for 24 hours?
Yeah.
Great
Great
idea.
idea.
Fun.
Or can you eat melon
Well,
for
you know
3
what I
days
mean.
straight?
Just-
Howard says, tell John to squint when opening the app. Yeah, go cross-eyed.
Yeah.
But then how does he click on the game?
Yeah.
Good point. I don't know. Maybe
I think just having one of your sons have it queued up for
I
you
think
is
that's
way
the
to go.
play. I think
That's
the
what I
son.
will do.
I'll buy you a Coca-Cola, son.
I will go. I will
Pepsi. I'll take it to the store.
I will call Christian and I will say, Christian, go down and
You
turn
wanna
on the Peacock.
I'll give you a
find the
Werther's
game,
original for your trouble.
cue it up to the beginning of the game so I don't see what the score
I'll buy
is.
you a candy bar.
Yeah, you can get $10 to any of your favorite fast food.
You can give him a
restaurants.
Heath.
See, and then now so many jerks,
Yeah, this is
like
going to be a problem.
Danielle, who's the biggest jerk on the damn Twitter.
Yeah.
Or on the thing, says it would be terrible if a pizza was delivered to John with a score written in pepperoni.
I don't think any pizza place would do that. That seems like a lot of effort.
Well,
No, but I mean,
it'd be from the inside, coming from
it'd be
inside the
from
house.
inside.
Calls
Yeah.
from inside the
Someone
house.
spelled out the score in hamburger.
Somebody took
To
a
which
guy.
I would say hamburger. It should be sausage.
Agreed.
Just open the knock on the door. Yeah, I've got a pizza here for 17
to 34.
1734.
1734 Big Red. Now Chance asks, and he's the producer of Overreaction Tomorrow. Has any thought been given to putting Peacock onto that small ass TV in Coil?
I told
God.
Josh to, and he was complaining about it. He's like, no, it's
because I don't want to. I don't want to bring in a little.
No.
I'm not
You'll
gonna
have to
take
watch
it
it
out of there.
No, we're watching on my computer. It's
Or
not
just
a big
watch
deal.
it in here. Just watch it here, then walk over to Coil.
Well, won't there be a Creighton game going on in here? Don't they have the game on as a backup option or something?
yeah.
Still do that thing?
No.
I would much. Oh, okay. Well, perfect. I'll come in here then and watch it. Then I'll get to listen to John.
Well, you'll have to talk to the board up. Maybe the board up's wanting to watch the Creighton game.
Who's the board up?
I don't know. It's either Joey or Peter.
It's either
I would
Joey or
guess.
Peter.
It's
I
got to
don't
be
know.
Joey.
I
Or
think
Peter.
Joey would be okay with watching the Husker game.
GBR.
Yeah. I don't know about Peter. I assume he'd be fine with it too.
Peter Man loves Nebraska.
There we go. We're watching that. All right. Good call, everybody. All right. Good crossover.
Here we go.
Okay.
Connor, have a good weekend.
Have a great weekend.
We'll see
Goodbye.
you tomorrow. And
Don't worry. No, you
Oh.
had such good takes today. I won't tell you.
What about my takes?
You had horrible takes.
Ah, right.
I would
so he's
spoil,
gonna spoil you.
I'd spoil it for you.
Josh, you're gonna be spoiled tomorrow. Spoil him now. Tell him what's gonna happen.
Oh, no.
Nebraska's gonna lose by 3 touchdowns.
Oh, man. I don't want to do an overreaction after that.
Tough.
Yeesh.
Coil reaction.
Coil reaction.
Oil reaction.
It doesn't sound
Can't wait
good.
for those callers.
Yeah. You can
All
go
right.
ahead and spoil me if they lose by 3 touchdowns.
Where's Sean
Oh.
Hannity?
Okay, that's good to know.
Where's Sean Hannity? Indeed.
All right, let's start the Grum on 1620 The Zone.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. Weekdays 6 to 10 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from Canoyer Garden Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Mostly sunny with a few clouds here for your Friday afternoon. Cooler today with the high in Omaha 51 degrees. Light southeasterly winds up to 10 miles an hour. Clouds increase late tonight, partly to mostly cloudy skies, becoming breezy overnight as well. A bit chilly with a low in Omaha of 35. Southeasterly winds up to 15 miles an hour. Not as cool for your Saturday, mostly cloudy, seasonal with a high of 56 and breezy. Southerly gusts possible up to 25 miles an hour. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
From sports medicine to spine, bone, and joint problems, Nebraska Medicine is your home for the region's most comprehensive orthopedic care. Our specialists have the unmatched expertise to diagnose and treat common and complex problems, with surgery being a last resort. With multiple locations, our leading care is miles ahead, yet close to home. For orthopedic advances, this is where you begin. Visit nebraskamed.com/ortho.
Home is with you wherever that may be.
It's obvious the unthinkable is happening. With all the recent media distractions, most folks never saw it coming. But a few did. Their guts told them something very wrong was going on. And now the headlines are proving them right. The people in charge keep telling you that everything's fine and to stop noticing. But you know better. Folks are investing in emergency food storage, and you should too. My Patriot Supply, the nation's largest emergency preparedness company, are the ones you can trust. Go to mypatriotsupply.com and secure their best-selling 3-month emergency food kits. Each contains tasty breakfasts, lunches, and dinners, averaging over 2,000 calories per day. Get at least one for each family member. My Patriot Supply also sells biomass stoves, off-grid room heaters for when the power goes out, gravity-powered water filters, heirloom seeds, and survival gear that may come in handy soon. Go to mypatriotsupply.com today. It's time to prepare for what's coming. mypatriotsupply.com.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make it fun and engaging, so you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life. You can choose from topics like travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. Plus, Babbel's lessons are designed to get you speaking right away. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations.
Just 3 weeks? Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are designed by language experts and voiced by real native speakers, you'll get the accents just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
And now, try Babbel free at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill is always looking to make your game day bigger and better. Cheer on your favorite team this season in front of a 22-foot LED video wall showing up to 8 games at once. TVs are everywhere else you can look with a state-of-the-art audio and video system. Enjoy a big old pizza or award-winning char-buffed wings. There's just no better way to do your game day. Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill, 173rd and West Center Road. And for takeout at 162nd and Maple.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
We have our preview of Nebraska, Maryland, but today's Grum will start with the much anticipated Sports Flash.
Man. Oh, okay. Wow, we're just skipping it.
Sportsmanlike Conduct Sports Flash huge. Update. It's a big deal.
From the Sports Flash Sports Desk.
And I think it's only appropriate that the one Michigan apologist we have in the room gets to be the one to reveal the news with his own MGO Blue spin on it.
Oh, perfect. Like on MGO blog.
So go ahead, Dan Wetzel
of
the local sports media, Michigan apologist, lover of all things
Go
Harbaugh.
Blue! This is from...
Don't take your shirt off while you do it, though.
I can't?
No. Even though that is better,
we're not even on video right now.
Even though that is better than that ugly sweatshirt you're wearing.
Oh, come on!
What's happening?
Pete Thamel, first to report.
Here we go.
That the Big Ten is expected.
Wait a minute. Where's our dramatic?
Give us the dramatic music, Nick. I think he meant to say is expected to discipline Michigan for the Wow, he struggled with typing this one, man. For the Here, I'm just going to read it. The Big Ten is expected to discipline Michigan for the in-person scouting. He's struggling. An ongoing sign-stealing investigation and will prohibit Jim Harbaugh from being on the sideline until the conclusion of the regular season.
This counts tomorrow?
It counts tomorrow. He will be allowed to coach during the week. So there you go. He is suspended for 3 games, but he's still allowed to coach them in practice during the week. There you go.
Now, we saw the pictures of the team leaving on the bus. Was the plane already in the air?
Great
Had the
question.
plane left the ground?
Send us
Had they left the surly bonds of planet Earth and rose into the sky?
We need the flight tracker. Flight Aware, is that what the website is? Or FlightWare?
Yeah, something like that.
Send us the link to his flight. Is he in the sky? Man, this is a tough look for Pete. You ever have that banger of a tweet that you're like, man, this is going to be great.
Yeah.
And then you're like Jack Mitchell and you have a spelling error.
Yeah.
Pete struggled with this one.
He
The
did.
Big Ten has expected discipline Michigan for the in-person scouting. Man, that's a bummer, Pete, because he broke the news. He was just so excited. He broke the news.
I mean,
so there you go.
This is kind of what we expected if there was going to be any punishment.
Yeah.
The funny part is it's happening today, less than 24 hours before the game. And Harbaugh is, we presume, in the air right now with Michigan going to the game.
Hopefully they purchased Wi-Fi so he was able to find out the news. Or maybe it's one of those old planes that has the phones and you have the credit card. You ever call from one of those phones?
No, I've not.
Those were expensive.
I have not.
Nick, were you ever on a plane that had a phone on the seat in front of you? It was a lot of money to make a phone call. A lot of money.
Well, there you have it.
All right, we got the news.
There you have it. Wait, why are you saying that, Nick?
I think it could be harsher.
Like what?
More like Jim Harsher?
I think they should just wipe this entire season off the books.
Now, John, are we concerned that it says he is prohibited from being on the sidelines? We know how Michigan operates. Hopefully all those tickets for the 50-yard line.
I hope Harbaugh brought his Bobby Valentine mustache and is waiting out in the tunnel.
Hey, who's that guy with binoculars?
You know what would really be funny?
In a Michigan Harbaugh
costume. This is what they really should do. So I was at a Creighton baseball game on the road once. They were at Evansville, and Ed Service, one of the rare times I ever saw Ed Service get run from a game.
Oh.
And, they don't have, it's just a rickety old stadium. They didn't have like a clubhouse or any place to go. So the only place Ed could do was go on the bus. So like an inning later, David and I were calling the game, and all of a sudden there's this guy in a blue jacket with his hands in his pockets, just walking along the outside fence, because the fence to the stadium, it was like a cyclone fence, chain link fence, and separating the ballpark from like a 4-lane highway. And
he's watching the game.
He's walking on the sidewalk outside the stadium.
He's just getting his steps in.
So
what do you mean? You're suspending a guy from getting his steps in?
So Harbaugh should just literally just do laps around Beaver Stadium.
There you go. Perfect.
The whole time. You imagine the scene. All the cameras following him around. Who's doing it? Fox has like their blimp or drone camera just following him around. And all he's doing is just walking around the stadium. He's got his earbuds in. He's listening to the radio.
Classic, like an old. Now,
and that would be hilarious.
Now about this from Star Wars Fiend, who oddly missed our Star Wars conversation in the crossover today. Says, I'm bummed I'm not going to get my Ryan Day and Jim Harbaugh handshake at midfield. That is a bummer for this news. I wanted to see that handshake.
It's not just that, but now if Michigan loses that game, they can always say, well, you didn't beat us with Harbaugh.
Tough look for Ryan Day. Still can't beat Harbaugh.
That's not the only thing that's a tough look for Ryan Day.
Oh, good point, Nick. Thank you for reminding us.
He likes to listen to the guy who uses the N-word.
I mean, if I'm Ohio State, I'm not happy
Problematic. With this. You think so? Yeah, because, you wanted harsher.
I mean, yeah, I can only think of if a similar situation had taken place back in the day with Barry Switzer, and we'd have been, Barry Switzer's suspended. But it wouldn't have felt as good when you beat Oklahoma and Barry Switzer's not on the other side taking a drag off a grit.
That's a great point. It's a great point.
So I can't imagine deep down inside. I mean, Ohio State wants to beat Michigan at their best. They want to beat Michigan at full strength. They want to look across the field of that beady-eyed, four-eyed, khaki-wearing goober and say, we beat you. But instead, he's just going to be doing laps around the stadium.
Shane says Harbaugh will be on Big Noon Kickoff. Yeah, you got to try for him, right?
Oh, my. Yeah.
In front of the Penn State
now,
fans.
Even though his attorney is a noted MGO Blue blogger, I'm guessing his attorney will say, no, we shouldn't do this.
It's for the best that he doesn't, but I hope he does.
What if he ends up on McAfee?
What if he,
right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's a world where both shows are obviously going to try to get him.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, you're right. His lawyer's a blogger, though, John. Maybe he'll allow it.
That's true.
Maybe he'll allow it.
Maybe his lawyer likes McAfee a little more than Big Noon Kickoff, so it's like, all right, go for it.
Also, does this put like an extra weird amount of pressure on Franklin? Like, dude, you can't lose to Michigan without Harbaugh.
Well, I mean,
he never beats the good teams.
I know.
This would be a bad.
Well, that's it. And Penn State. I mean, you can say Ohio State. You say Penn State. You know, they want to beat Michigan at their best, and they don't want this to supersede whatever it is they can do on the football field.
Will says, will President T comment on this witch hunt? This very unfair witch hunt on Harbaugh. Andrew says, I'm confused with Petitti's decision. Either you have enough to completely suspend Harbaugh for the rest of the season, including practice, or you don't. This does nothing when he can continue to game plan with the assistant coaches.
I mean, it is in many ways symbolic. In many ways.
It is a punishment.
Right. It is a punishment. I mean, obviously, Harbaugh wants to be there. Coaches are very controlling. They don't like not being a part of the action.
Yeah, and like Harbaugh apologists aside, to imply that like this won't be a negative for them on game day is, I think, wrong.
Oh, yeah, sure it will.
You want your head coach on the sideline.
Sure it will.
But yes,
yeah,
I would agree.
Absolutely.
This is a half measure. And what does Mike Ehrmantraut say about half measures?
No half measures, Walter.
No half measures, Walter.
Now,
full measures only.
I hope I've been consistent on this as much as I've had fun at Michigan's expense. I don't think this is the right punishment.
Soft ass punishment.
No, it's not even so much soft ass. It's just
whole ass.
They should get something, but that's why I think a fine would work here.
See, but that's funny. I think that a lot of fans would disagree with you and say a fine's not going to mean anything.
Well, no, but really nothing.
This could actually affect them on the field. They could lose one of these last 3 games,
right,
and thus not make the playoff.
But
or the Big Ten title.
I don't want to make this sound. Yes, what they did was illegal. It was against the rules. But it's not like it's not like they broke a fundamental rule. It's not like they paid off the refs.
Correct. That we know of.
What was that team? Was it a team in Texas where they got suspended from even going to the playoffs because of the NIL before NIL?
They got the death penalty. They were not allowed to play football
SMU.
For a whole season. And then they actually missed 2 because
they actually chose not to play football
for the second season.
Yeah.
So they missed 2 full seasons.
Would you argue that this is worse than that?
Well, that was paying players,
and
I don't think that was bad either. It was just against the rules.
This was also against
what they.
Yes, it is.
But no, this is not worse than that. Well, I mean, I guess it's worse, but I don't. A death penalty is way too harsh of a thing anyway.
I mean, if they wanted it to be symbolic, I think this would have driven it home, though.
Oh my gosh,
that would have driven
to giving them the death penalty.
Yeah, no one would do it after that.
Yeah, but that would be way too far. Way too far.
Again, it was a rule, but in many ways. I don't want to overstate the advantage. Yes, they had an advantage. Yes, it's true. Other teams also could have had a similar advantage. They just got it in different ways. But I don't know. I just, especially now, and because I am concerned that we don't have all the information out there, that we don't, and the coaches have not even been interviewed. Now, you can say, well, that's on Michigan, and it probably is, because they probably have been deflecting enough to not leave the coaches up. But I would like to know more. I hope when the Big Ten officially announces this, that they have a list of, here's what we have. Here's the evidence that we have, and this is why we did this.
Yeah, and I'm sure they.
Otherwise,
remember right now it's being reported. Wow, Nicole Auerbach says, source: the Michigan team is still currently flying and has not received any communication from the Big Ten Conference office.
Oof.
So I took that not to mean that, Nick. It's more. I took what she just said to mean. Let's not get ahead of our skis, and what Pete is reporting might not be true.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, not that there's no Wi-Fi. She probably, that source is probably on the plane and is saying, we haven't heard from the league yet. What are you talking about? So we'll see. Something to pay attention to.
And guess what? And if Thamel does turn out to be right, Michigan will say, well, here's another thing.
Yeah, we didn't know.
We were supposed to know before anybody else. And now this guy knows before we do.
Now Pete Thamel knows with his grammar.
I mean, Michigan has done everything. They have twisted themselves into so many, rhetorical pretzels on this. They're not afraid for another bend, because again, their strategy has just been, well, they did it too, and then just throw a bunch of stuff up against the wall to deflect. This will be another area that they can do that. It's what good heels do. And Michigan is a good heel. And the heel has been slapped. All right. Well, there's that. That'll be fun.
Yep.
We got that to talk about. But Michael Severe is going to join us in a little bit.
Yeah.
So
let me know he's on his way.
He's on his way.
With the shirt?
Not with the shirt.
No, he's not wearing the shirt.
Not with the shirt.
Not wearing the shirt. Yeah. So we'll get his reaction to it, and we'll try to talk about Nebraska, Maryland if we're allowed to.
I would love to. I have questions about Nebraska and Maryland.
Good.
Yeah.
1620 The Zone.
It's an NFL doubleheader on Sports USA. And first, we're in Pittsburgh as the tough Steelers D with Fitzpatrick and Watt will try to shut down Love and the Packers.
Touchdown, Green Bay, Romeo Doubs.
Then it's off to LA as Herbert, Eckler, and the Chargers host the Detroit Lions with Jared Goff and Jahmyr Gibbs. It's the Packers at the Steelers, then the Lions at the Chargers. This Sunday on Sports USA.
If it's the NFL, it's on 1620 The Zone.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Since 1972, family-owned and locally roasted Host Coffee Service has been roasting the finest coffee for businesses and restaurants. If you're ready to change to a better coffee provider, it's time for Host Coffee.
Omaha's best coffee since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
Every Friday, we bring you discounts to some of your favorite businesses in the Metro. The thing is, once a week just isn't enough. Get ready for OmahaWeekendDeals.com. Every weekend, you can find big deals, 50% off or more, to even more of your favorite Metro businesses. Like this weekend's deal to Qdoba Catering in Omaha. Get 2 gift certificates of $50 value for just $25. Head to OmahaWeekendDeals.com to get yours. That's OmahaWeekendDeals.com.
My dad has a cold, but also has high blood pressure. That's why I got him Vicks DayQuil High Blood Pressure for max strength daytime relief. Unlike some ordinary cold medicines, it's specially formulated for people like my dad. DayQuil High Blood Pressure is sugar-free, alcohol-free, and decongestant-free.
Vicks DayQuil High Blood Pressure. The daytime, non-drowsy, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, cold, and flu for people with high blood pressure.
Like my dad.
Medicine. Use as directed.
Email Unsportsmanlike Conduct on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox with whatever is on your mind, from your hot takes to what you think is one. The Zone inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Leaving for the gym so early?
I'm ready to go.
Since you started taking Nugenix Total T, you've been acting like when we met in our 20s.
I feel like myself again. Lower testosterone after turning 40 slowed me down. Nugenix Total T has been a game changer for me.
What is it about Nugenix Total T that's different?
Well, it's a patented key ingredient called testofen. It boosts free and total testosterone to help you get back the drive and energy from your youth. It's backed by 5 clinical studies.
I've seen the huge difference it's made for you in the gym, at work, and in the bedroom.
I'm so glad I sent them a text for my complimentary bottle. Text ALL to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Nugenix is the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and we'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever. Absolutely free. Text ALL to 42424. That's ALL to 42424. Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Saturday, it's Game 2 as the Creighton Blue Jays take on the Bison of North Dakota State. Pre-game coverage begins with Jimmy Allen at 11 a.m. Tip-off from CHI Health Center is at 1. The Blue Jays, Saturday on 1620 The Zone and 101.9 The Keg.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house. Tell us how you feel on the J-Tech Construction and Solar Zone Twitter feed. Reach Gary, Nick, Connor, Josh, and John anytime on the J-Tech Construction and Solar Zone Twitter feed. Contact the official exterior and solar experts of the Huskers. J-Tech Construction at yourexteriorexperts.com.
Now, Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson. The 1620 The Zone.
Oh, very good, Nick. This is the anniversary.
People forget
of the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald that spawned this song.
Oh, I
Great
thought that this
song.
was like a song about like depressing Michigan things.
Oh, you don't know the story of the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald? You've never heard this song?
It sounds familiar.
You should listen to it.
Yeah.
And listen to the lyrics.
It's a good song. I like the sound.
Telling the story of how the ship sank.
You don't have to go to Wikipedia.
No.
Just listen to the song. It's a good song.
Great song. November come. Yep, today's the anniversary. What year? 1975? 4? And maybe, a few years later, some songwriter can write about the suspension of Jim Franklin Harbaugh. I don't know what his middle name is. I don't know. I just said James. I just said James because James and Franklin, because that's the coach who's on the other side of the.
By the way, Austin Meek also reporting he is of the Athletic that Harbaugh is suspended for the remainder of the regular season. So and it's now official. It is official. It is from the Big Ten Conference. They announced violation of sportsmanship policy by the University of Michigan program. I just want to try to follow. They will have no additional comment at this time. They were found in violation. Just trying to find the program that says Harbaugh. Okay, here we go. Disciplinary action shall not preclude the university or its football team from having its head football coach attend practices or other football team activities other than the game activities to which it applies. For clarity, the head coach shall not be present at the game venue on the dates of the game to which this disciplinary action applies. So,
there's also a link to there's 4 different links. Correspondence from conference. So here is correspondence from conference to institution dated today. So I'm going to click on that because that's apparently what was sent to. Yes, this is what was sent to Michigan, dated today, and it's looks like it's about a 5, 6. No, there's 5. There's 6. There's 7. There's 8. There's 9. There's 10. There's 11. It's a 12, 13 page letter
from
to
the
Michigan,
league?
from the league to Michigan. So this is posted underneath the news release that you just read.
Okay.
And we don't have time to read it.
No, we got to do the Grum down still.
We do have to do the Grum down. Michael was stuck in traffic, but he is on his way.
Yeah, he'll be here momentarily.
But let's get to the Grum down, brought to you by the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard. Somebody's getting to 6.
That's true.
Did somebody get punished?
Well, we have the answer to that question already. That's nice.
Michael Severe will have a severe pre-action.
Oh, man. Always love the pre-action.
Kent's Movie Club today, BlacKkKlansman, with the stylistic KKK in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's how
I know, but
that's how the title is.
That's how the title is. No, but if you were to clip that, it makes it sound like John thinks the KKK is stylish.
No, the style. Well,
I know what you
stylistic title.
There we go. Yeah, I know what you mean. Just was having fun. I was just having a little tee-hee.
A little.
Another college football weekend. We are.
Wow, are you rooting for Penn State still after he was railroaded?
Of course.
He was what?
Railroaded.
Again, the realest punishment for Michigan is if they lose.
That would be the biggest punishment of them all.
Florida A&M leaves Nebraska with 108 points.
Yikes, over 2 games.
They put up 54 on Tuesday in Omaha and 54 on Thursday in Lincoln. Don't be flat, folks. Some of these we may not get to today. Key party trends and predictions. We'll definitely get to that. And One Beer Friday, Nebraska Brewing Company is today's featured brewer, brought to you by the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild. We will, of course, get that as well. So there you are, Grum Down, presented by the Rooferees, John Higgins Weather Guard.
Share what you're drinking. # One Beer Friday. You can win a $25 gift card to there.
Baller.
Yes, send us what you're drinking. Bonus points if you can somehow put it in a picture and have like Jim Harbaugh on the back.
John
or the
writes,
Edmund Fitzgerald.
Or the Edmund Fitzgerald.
Hopefully Michael's not out there right now waiting for us. But John writes, he should have to forfeit the games he coached in. Huskers now bowl eligible. There was a Penn State fan who said that was going to happen to me a couple weeks ago. I've not heard from that Penn State fan this week. So that is obviously not going to happen. Chris in Montana says nothing's going to happen and a big booster is going to pay the $1 million fine. I don't know why Chris is texting that when the news has come out that he is suspended for 3 games.
Yeah, there's no fine.
Also, this isn't the NCAA, right? Like they can't take this to court. Can they? I guess they could try.
Well, they're going to try to get an injunction against the Big Ten. Yeah.
You think so?
Yeah.
So is there a world where you think he coaches tomorrow?
Injunction.
If they can get the TRO, the temporary restraining order. Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Well, we'll see what happens, I guess.
So I'm
Godfrey says what we talked about earlier. This kind of screws Ryan Day. That is such a fun part of this. As just a watcher
James
of
Franklin,
as a person who loves college football stories, this is pretty fascinating from the Penn State, Ohio State angle, because if they win, yes, you knock Michigan out of the playoff race. But there is also this, especially with those two coaches.
Because the heel is going to play that up, and they should.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I would if I was a Michigan fan.
And they will. Absolutely, they will. By the way, there is one winner in all of this.
The Content Kings.
Yours.
Oh.
Fox Sports.
Oh, yeah. Oh, are you going to do the TV ratings thing?
No, John, not the soapbox.
It's not a soapbox.
No, he just wants to talk about TV ratings.
I'm just saying. No, why would it be a soapbox?
He has a TV rating soapbox.
No. I bet this game gets 12 million viewers.
It's going to be massive.
Mm-hmm. Whatever viewers, because it was already going to get more viewers than a normal Michigan-Penn State game because of the stakes.
But now.
And then because of the story. But now that the story has taken yet another dramatic turn, I think that's going to be worth another million people.
Adam says, I'll bet the injunction TRO has already been filed by Michigan. It will be announced shortly. I bet he coaches tomorrow. So there you go.
I wonder how many people are on the ground at whatever airport. Oh, and this is Penn State.
Yeah. Well,
don't they have to land
they have a private airport there. Or a small airport where plebes can't fly into unless we have a lot of money. They do have an airport there.
Okay.
Yeah, so they don't have to fly into Harrisburg.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure how it worked.
That video, the grainy video that we're going to see through a fence later is going to be great.
Grainy? Come on, man. We got 1080, P.
But through the fence always makes it a little more difficult.
They can figure that out.
You know how fences are?
They can figure that out,
They're
can't
fancy.
they?
People forget about
I guess
fences.
we'll see. I can't wait.
All right. We'll be back. We got more reaction on this, I'm sure.
Michael, where are you, Michael?
1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Did you know that radon is the #1 cause of lung cancer for non-smokers and that our region has some of the highest levels in the country? Radon Defense Midwest can test and fix your home. Visit radonradio.com for an exclusive offer for 1620 The Zone listeners. That's radonradio.com.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Down the 7
The Eagles present The Long Goodbye, the final tour, live in Omaha. With special guest Steely Dan. The Eagles, CHI Health Center, Saturday, February 10th. Get tickets Friday, November 17th at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. The Eagles, The Long Goodbye, the final tour.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Put your coffee department in good hands with Host Coffee Service, providing direct delivery and loaned coffee equipment with service programs. If you're ready to change to a better coffee provider, it's time for Host Coffee.
Omaha's best coffee since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Move through the world in a legendary SUV from Woodhouse Cadillac. Lease a 2024 Cadillac Lyriq Sport for $875 a month for 36 months, 10,000 miles per year. Be iconic and find your next luxury vehicle in store or online anytime at WoodhouseCadillac.com. With approved credit, $3,000 down plus first payment and $299 off fee due at signing. $7,500 EV tax credit applied to lease. Offer expires 11/30/2023. See dealer for details.
42 Degrees, with locations in Omaha, Council Bluffs, and Lincoln, has become a year-round corporate sponsor of the Omaha Veterans Food Pantry. What began as a 5-day food drive 2 years ago has turned into a 365-day commitment by 42 Degrees to support the overwhelming needs of veterans in our community. 42 Degrees customers have contributed thousands of dollars in food and hygiene donations, and 42 Degrees gave the Omaha Veterans Food Pantry a $2,500 check last November. 42 Degrees has food bins ready year-round to receive canned, dry food, and hygiene donations for the Omaha Veterans Food Pantry. During the year, 42 Degrees will have special sales with the proceeds going to the Omaha Veterans Food Pantry. The Omaha Veterans Food Pantry serves veterans who are low income, near homeless, or homeless who are not living in a shelter. 42 Degrees is proud to support the Omaha Veterans Food Pantry, and thanks to their customers in the community for their continued support and patronage.
Hey everybody, it's Jimmy Allen and former Nebraska quarterback Adrian Martinez. You know the After Hours Lounge is open from 6 to 8 p.m. when the sports schedule allows. And guess what? I'm stopping by from time to time. When Rob Love's off for the night, Adrian's going to stop by and talk all things Nebraska football, what he's been up to in the NFL, and you know we're going to still talk all things high school sports. And who knows what we'll get into. Maybe you'll get to ask me some questions, so stop by from 6 to 8 p.m. and check out the show. Brought to you by Bellevue University and Papillion Sanitation here on 1620 The Zone.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Just some very cursory skimming of this 12-page, 13-page letter of notice to Michigan that they have been punished.
Yeah, I got a couple things too.
Says, notably, the university's November 8th response does not deny that the impermissible scheme occurred. Instead, it offers only procedural and technical arguments designed to delay accountability.
Here's a couple. First, Chris Vanini. In addition, the commissioner of the Southeastern Conference informed the conference that the university staff member had purchased tickets to the SEC football championship game in Atlanta. And Michael Severe's here, by the way.
Yeah.
And then one more, and this was from Mandel, who found this paragraph. The university also argues that because it believes that others are engaged in decoding signs, there must be nothing wrong with the university's activities.
So basically, it's throwing the you did it too defense, which my grandmother always disciplined me on, right out the window. Except they didn't squeeze her sugar and say, take responsibility for your own actions. That's what she said. Hi, Michael.
Michigan's like the guy who goes to shoot somebody.
Nice.
And he misses. And they're like, but it didn't work. The gun didn't work. You still shot at the guy.
That's what the guy at the grassy knoll said.
Exactly.
No. I wasn't me to hit him. It was that guy up there.
Way. I believe there was one man. He acted alone. He was crazy. He was from Russia. I mean, what do you want them to do?
Have you watched the whole?
I've watched the whole thing. And
I just watched the first one tonight.
You can never, ever sell me that it was anything more than one wacko dude who had a certain kind of passion, who trained with the Marines, who visited Russia, who married a Russian person.
Are you talking about Connor Stallions? Or James?
Exactly. Connor Stallions is the guy who was in the grassy knoll. No, I don't. I'm not. But I'm not big on conspiracies. I don't believe in almost. I don't believe in ghosts. I don't.
Well, wait a
in
minute. You don't believe that
aliens.
the moon landing is real?
Well, that's always a joke.
Okay.
Oh, really?
Oh, so it's you that think it's
I
not
think
real.
they went there too. It's just a fun one to talk about.
It is because it makes people so mad.
John gets
It
so
makes
triggered.
People so mad. So I was 2 months old. I don't remember it.
Yeah.
But it was, people get so mad about it.
Yeah.
As
They
mad
do.
as
Hey,
I
how
get,
old were you in the Mets one? Does that not count too?
I was like, oh my God, I would have been negative 11 days old.
Oh, that's right, because you're in November. That's right.
No, I'm in
Or no.
June.
Oh, June.
I'm in June. They won in, no, I'd have been 6 months old, right?
6 months. Yeah.
No, they won in October, right? October.
Yeah.
You've been 3
6 or
months
something
old.
Like that.
So you've been like 3 months,
3 months old. Yeah.
We're bad at math on the
But
show.
August was
Why we're
the
in
moon
radio.
landing, right? August,
July.
July.
Okay, so I was a full month old.
July 7th, right?
So
I know December 7th, especially today on Veterans Day. I know that one, but I don't remember the other one.
So what do you think? Is this the right punishment?
No matter what they did, I don't believe it'd be enough. Honestly.
Oh, really?
Well,
So you think it should be
first
harsher?
of all, I hate Michigan.
Well, same.
I
here.
hate
By
the
the way,
trip to Michigan.
we are.
We are. Been we are my whole life. I hate Michigan. I hate the fact that they charged us for our SAT truck back when I was at Channel 7. One. Two, there's no good food places there. Have you been to eat? Have you eaten there?
In Ann Arbor?
The food's horrible.
There was a really good steakhouse
We ate
were
at
at.
3 different places. One place was actually like named after the school. People worked there. It was horrible. Burger was
Really?
bad. Okay, so I had a horrible trip there.
Wow.
2 times I've been there. I hate the place. And I believe, and I think you agree with me, Michigan believes they invented football.
Oh, yeah.
Their fans believe they invented football.
Yeah, mhm.
All they have is a nice helmet. You've won 1/2 of a national championship since integration. You aren't diddly poop. You are a horrible university. I don't care what your academic standards are. You suck, and you should be punished at every single thing you do. The second thing, that was my first thing. The second thing, you can't tell me that Harbaugh didn't know. It's impossible. It's literally impossible.
Yeah, I
for
made
a
the
man-
same argument
Do
for
you-
Paterno.
Do you realize? Oh, look, I've
know.
been a Penn State my whole life.
Yeah.
I wrote a long what was that thing called? WordPress. I wrote a long WordPress about
Oh,
that.
I thought
after
you were
it
going to say
happened.
manifesto.
I was sitting there crying about it. When my father
Are you a
died,
lawyer?
3 people called the house. My father died. One was Joe Paterno. Always remember that.
No, really?
And my dad was a cook at the university.
didn't-
Yeah.
okay.
So anyway,
I didn't know
so I grew up a Penn State fan. I lived on campus. That was a horrible thing. I completely find him to be liable with Sandusky because he tried to send Sandusky off to Altoona to coach.
Yeah.
Now he's trying to get rid of him. Anyway, so get out of that way. I just think the only way that Harbaugh wouldn't know is if he was a guy who wasn't completely OCD. He is one of the most OCD coaches in the world. Look at what he wears.
Yeah.
Look how he stands on the sideline.
Yeah.
Look at the way he is in front of the press.
Yeah.
He is an incredibly OCD guy. Those kind of people, they monitor everything. You know who's OCD? Nick Saban.
Yeah.
Monitors everything at his
Eats
university.
the same breakfast every day.
And most coaches are like
that way. And so he knows.
Just some to a different degree, but I agree. Harbaugh's an nth degree.
I'm not saying
OCD.
he wrote the checks to pay for the
No,
tickets. I'm not
course
saying
not.
he wrote the check for the Apple Google glasses, whatever that is. I'm
Ray-Bans.
not saying that, right? I'm saying that he had to have known that they were doing this. And why is this guy standing next to my offensive or my defensive coordinator? Do you ever look on the sideline and see some random analyst standing? No. Matter of fact, they're in the back, and many times they're not allowed to have a headset because only a limited amount of people have a headset.
Right.
So they had to know. They did it. They got busted. Now you punish them to the full extent of the law. Whatever it can be. Whether it's the Big Ten or the NCAA, you punish the hell out of them.
What do you think, Michael? So the punishment, I don't know how much you know since I know you were working.
I've been driving. I know that that he can't coach.
So he can't coach the game day, but he can still coach during the week.
They do a lot.
Yeah. So what do you think that punishment is going to mean for them, given that it's not even 24 hours now away from tomorrow's game versus those Nittany Lions and then the remaining 2 games after this, including Ohio State?
What's the best part of performance?
Game day.
It's preparation, right? So if you're prepared, usually you perform pretty well. And they've already done this for 3 games this season.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
they have lots of practice.
They've got stuff in place, right? They know who their play callers are going to be. They know who's going to make the decision on 4th down. They know all that already. So I don't see him not being. The only thing I could think of is maybe if he gives a big motivational speech before games, you'd miss that. But other than that, maybe you could tape that, put it on TV. Right?
Sometimes, and we've
this
seen
might
it with
motivate
some
him
of the
more.
Prime videos. Sometimes that stuff happens the night before in the ballroom.
It certainly could happen then. Yeah, I don't think it hurts them at all. The fine should be enormous. I'm not talking about a fine where you go, "Oh, that's a lot of money." I'm talking about a fine where you go, "Holy crap!"
John's
that's a lot
idea
of
was
money.
50 million.
I mean, a lot of money. I don't know how much do they make. That's how much they make from the Big Ten, right? The TV
It's
contract.
a
and
little
everything?
less than they make from the Big Ten TV deal.
So they make more than that.
So you say like a whole Big Ten TV deal?
Yeah.
I'm saying I think
Now, some would argue, well, then that's going to affect their ability to fund all their other sports, blah, blah, blah. To which I would say they got a $8 bazillion
endowment.
Endowment.
they
I think
have one
that'd
of
be
the largest public school endowments
anywhere.
in education. So yeah, they'll be fine. No, I don't. 25 million, nice round number. Fine them 25 million, and you know who? People will never do this again. If you punish them to the full extent of whatever the rules are, no one else will do this.
Well, no one may ever do this again because they will finally get the radios and the helmets, and then we're
they
done
won't
with
do it
this
anymore.
sign stealing
They
stuff.
won't have to do it anymore. But I'm amazed it's went on for as long as it did.
3 weeks.
And the fact, no. I mean, the years that this went on, and the fact that
3
people
years.
knew about it, right? So
Sure they
teams
did.
knew about this, knew it was happening, and let it go on.
I fully. That's why Ohio State and Rutgers were giving their stuff over to Purdue last year,
exactly.
because it's been known in
Because
the
they knew it was
circles, and I
happening.
think that's
Yeah.
one of the reasons why the coaches were so fired up on that call last week, or 2 weeks ago or whatever it was because, hey, man, we've been dealing with this for 3 years.
Yeah, exactly.
And then finally, somebody broke the Omerta code and...
Well, again, you go back. I mean, Feldman has the story from last November about like Michigan is so well renowned for their sign stealing and all the TCU stuff is happening. You know, so that it was so known inside of all those circles, and yet the punishment, or I guess it doesn't come out to this degree until a year later. Is pretty
and the way
interesting.
the Oklahoma coach, the head
Brent
coach,
Venables, yes,
the way Brent Venables has done it, and that's during the game. So as he's watching the game, he's got a great play caller on the field. Stutzman's been the guy, and he's been injured, so that's why they haven't been as good defensively. Danny Stutzman looks over at the coach. The coach reads the signals and then tells Danny Stutzman what to do on defense. He did the same thing at Clemson. Now, that's different than sending someone to games.
He is figuring it out over the course
as it's
of
going
the game.
along. Exactly. He's that smart of a mind.
That's
that he's
crazy.
I know. It's Rain Man-ish.
To be able to figure that out within a half of a football game.
While it's going on, yeah. And look how good Clemson had been in the second halves of games defensively when he was defensive coordinator. It was amazing.
Yeah.
Ross Dellinger, just as we're continuing, people are now reading through the 12-point or 12-page, letter of infractions to Michigan. NCAA shared with the Big Ten a spreadsheet detailing Michigan analyst Connor Stallion's elaborate in-person scouting scheme. So I'm going to read these bullet points. Large, detailed chart listing names of various individuals assigned to attend past and future football games involving universities' scheduled football opponents. Similar in-person attendance assignments for past and future games involving highly ranked non-conference football opponents. So he's talking about like Georgia,
playoff teams,
TCU last year. Notations showing whether in-person attendance at non-conference games would be necessary depending on different win-loss scenarios.
So, like, if this team loses this game, do we really need to go?
So we don't need to send,
like Texas A&M last year. They probably figured out pretty early.
Yep.
We don't need to go down to College Station anymore.
Color coding to reflect past games actually attended by assigned individuals and future games for which individual assignments were still needed. The names of individuals assigned to certain cities and locations, and the monetary amounts associated with certain assigned games. This was all on this big
Where did
spreadsheet.
the cash come from? Where did the money? Follow the money. Where did the money come from?
That's the thing. That's the next thing is where did the money
Where did
come
all
from?
the money come from? Obviously, it didn't come from him. What's he make?
50,000.
Yeah.
So he was getting reimbursed by somebody.
Somebody was paying for that.
Yeah, and then how did
was paying
that,
him?
how did the reimbursements, like what did that ultimately look like that the university was
based
signing
on
off
Stallions was just easily just Venmoing people, and that was easy to find.
Crazy.
I'm guessing though, what my guess would be is it was something away from official university accounts that were reimbursing it. That'd be my guess.
Yeah.
So like a bag man. So maybe Connor Stallions would go out to his car and a McDonald's bag full of money.
Full of cash.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Interesting.
That's the next thing we need to find out because that will
And
also make
hopefully
the
it's straight out of Harbaugh. Harbaugh gave him the money in a bag, just like Tulane gave the money to basketball players in the 80s. I hope he just handed him bags and he just gets busted with bags. All these folded up bags given to him by Harbaugh. That'd be awesome. I'd love to see that. Yes, Oswald acted alone. Yes. He left the building. Yes. He
Are
went
you
to
just responding to Twitter now?
It's ridiculous, dude. Come on. I mean, you know what?
No, I agree.
I completely. This is the basis of
What a
the problem we have now in society.
We don't think
Too
anything's
often
real anymore.
we just don't accept the easiest explanation for something.
Right.
So he went to that day. The guy who drove him said he had a package
in his car.
In the car.
Yeah.
And it was a long package shaped just like a rifle. When everybody was inside the building after the shooting happened, he's the only one that left. He was unaccounted for. Everybody else stayed. He left. Right. Two officers on the radio said his exact description in terms of the shooting of the officer Trimble in the car. All of that. I mean, come on, man. Why do we have to make it so complicated? Why does it have to be the FBI? Why does it have to be Cuba? Why does it? Maybe the crazy dude just did.
The crazy dude did it.
In America, in general, the crazy guy did it.
I'll admit, as a kid, now we're going completely off the rails.
That's all right.
But as a kid, I used to want to believe all of that stuff. But then I saw it was like 20 years ago or something. ABC did a thing, and of course, the magic bullet is the thing. Well, the deal with the magic bullet never accounted for the grade of the road they were driving on and the fact that the seats were offset and Kennedy was sitting a little bit higher than Connolly, and it basically straightened out the line of the magic bullet theory.
Here's the craziest thing
and
about it.
When I saw that, my mind exploded. It's like, Of course.
Here's the craziest thing about it, okay? And we're going to start getting into weaponry, okay? So say you have a 5.56 millimeter round, okay?
Yep.
Which is light enough that it actually tumbles, okay? When it hits something, it tumbles. It doesn't necessarily separate or break or even damage. It tumbles. It's incredible what it can do going through the human body. Just look up what an M16 can do, what an M1 can do, all those weapons, what they can do. It'll explain everything for you. You'll be fine. That's all you have to do.
Only with Michael Severe can we both cover Michigan and Lee Harvey Oswald.
Yeah, this was going to be a Nebraska-Maryland preview originally, and it has turned into
I guess I should ask my question then.
It's turned into JF.
All
Yes,
right.
we're not going to talk about Mace Windu, Nick.
Oh.
No, we're not talking about Mace.
We're not going down that road,
I'm not
Nick.
doing this again.
No, we're not.
Like I always say, if that doesn't happen, the rest can't happen. So when you're writing a story about something that already happened, you've got to explain it.
You could just write it a little bit better.
Yeah,
That's all
hey,
I'm saying.
I'm just saying I didn't write
And
it.
it made Mace look like a pansy.
Yeah.
Just like Oswald was a pansy. A patsy.
I think he was a patsy.
Patsy.
Yeah.
Not pansy, a patsy.
I'm a patsy.
Coming up. All right, we'll talk Maryland next.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
On 1620 The Zone.
The Connor Happer Show.
There was a gentleman from Nebraska that was on the Titanic, and he survived by riding at it out on a door. And this guy was Johnson, and they called him Titanic Johnson from Wahoo, Nebraska.
Titanic Carl Johnson.
Go Nebraska.
Go Nebraska. That's the takeaway. GBR.
Coast Guard finds him floating on a door. GBR.
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from Canoyer Garden Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Mostly sunny with a few clouds here for your Friday afternoon. Cooler today with the high in Omaha 51 degrees. Light southeasterly winds up to 10 miles an hour. Clouds increase late tonight, partly to mostly cloudy skies, becoming breezy overnight as well. A bit chilly with a low in Omaha of 35. Southeasterly winds up to 15 miles an hour. Not as cool for your Saturday, mostly cloudy, seasonal with a high of 56 and breezy. Southerly gusts possible up to 25 miles an hour. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Down the 7
The Eagles present The Long Goodbye, the final tour. Live in Omaha. With special guest Steely Dan. The Eagles, CHI Health Center, Saturday, February 10th. Get tickets Friday, November 17th at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. The Eagles, The Long Goodbye, the final tour.
Doctors Bimbo and Vince Petro provide quality and caring dentistry for the entire family in a friendly, relaxed environment at the northwest corner of 144th and Dodge. New patients are always welcome. Look no further than Doctors Bimbo and Vince Petro, dentistry for the entire family.
Start your engines.
Joe's Indoor Karting in Council Bluffs is off the charts crazy. Joe's Karting is fast-paced, adrenaline-pumping, wheel-to-wheel racing action at over 40 miles per hour. The only speed restriction on these karts is how good you are. Joe's Karting is located just a couple of blocks north of Bass Pro Shop and directly east of AMC Theater in Council Bluffs, Iowa. Go watch a movie. Come race at Joe's. Planning a bachelor party, graduation party, or just a night out with friends? Go to Joe's. Remember, Joe's Karting is your place to race.
Hey, Brianna, look at you, graduating already.
Yeah, knocked out my gen eds in 2 years at MCC.
And now you're off to...
Finish my 4-year degree at the university.
That was fast. I'll bet your mom...
Loves that. We saved thousands in tuition.
Now that's smart.
That's Metropolitan Community College.
Knock out your gen eds in 2 years before transferring to a 4-year university. Get started at mccneb.edu/me. Classes start December 2nd.
This is me at MCC.
Life doesn't stop when cancer starts. After a diagnosis, treatment is vital. But for some, just getting there, to appointments, chemo, or radiation, is a major challenge. You can change that. Volunteer to give rides with the American Cancer Society Road to Recovery program. A few hours of your day could make a life-saving difference for someone with cancer. Visit cancer.org/drive to learn more. That's cancer.org/drive.
It hit me like a ton of bricks. I'm like, I never smoked a cigarette. How in the hell did I get lung cancer?
I don't smoke. I've never smoked. So I started Googling. One word just kept coming up, like it was in bold and red, and it was radon.
Radon is the number 2 cause of lung cancer.
Well, you don't know if it's in your home. You got to test. You can't see it. You can't taste it. You can't smell it.
What's your level? Radon Defense Midwest can help. Visit radonradio.com for a special offer. That's radonradio.com.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
And I didn't see any pelvic thrusts. I don't see any pelvic thrusts either. I don't see anything sexual in nature.
On 1620, The Zone.
Will says, where was Harbaugh when JFK was shot? He's older than you guys. Let's see.
What year was Harbaugh?
Jimmy H was born in 63. Oh, never mind. He was born a month later.
Oh, okay.
He was born December 23rd.
I'm going to say he didn't do anything.
Yeah, he probably wasn't involved.
Probably not.
Probably.
All right, Nebraska, Maryland tomorrow.
Yeah, John, you're pumped about this game.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to see it live. I hope. Let's put it.
Are you
going
to be there?
I'll be at Creighton.
Are you going
to Creighton game?
They playing a game tomorrow?
Yeah, 1 o'clock.
Okay. I mean, honestly,
your podcast is called Let It Fly. You should know.
December. Okay.
December. It's when it used to
It's
start.
when college basketball starts.
It used to.
I mean, whatever's happening now is nice and everything, but
I mean, they still
college
count.
basketball.
They still stand.
They shouldn't.
Anyway, as I was saying.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I hope the people in the stadium are more jazzed about this than I am.
Wow. I'm jazzed.
It's a huge game.
No, it is a huge game.
Yeah.
I'm not denying any of these
For both
things. It's
sides.
just it's been hard for me to like get really raw.
Here, I'm excited. So let me ask this of Michael, because Michael had a great tweet earlier this week. This was 2 days ago. You said, here are a few interesting stats.
Yep.
So I'm not going to read the whole thing, but it was basically Maryland's allowed a ton of sacks in the last 3 games.
Yep.
Maryland has allowed the opposing quarterback to rush for a lot of yards in the last 3 games.
Yep.
And Maryland has been horrible at rushing the ball in conference play. So let me ask you this, Michael. Of those 3 keys, which one do you think could work out best in favor of Nebraska? Because oddly, they all kind of work pretty well with what Nebraska's been able to do.
I
this
made
year.
my first key getting pressure on Tagovailoa. I thought that was the most important thing, especially up the middle. The other one is making sure they keep the ball in the end zone, because the kickoff returner for Maryland is great.
Yeah.
And he could return it easily. But the third one was that Heinrich Harbaugh has to run the ball. I mean, so much so that the next day there's an ice bath just for him. That he has to be to the point where you're saying to yourself, how many times does he run the ball now? Is that 23? Is that 24? He has to. The 3 quarterbacks that ran well against Maryland. So do you consider Drew Allers a good runner?
No,
right? And he big holes to run. This is all but without sacks taken out. This is all gross total.
Sack adjustment.
Sullivan over there for Northwestern, we know what he can do. Illinois, okay. But if you look at what Harbaugh can do in terms of running the ball compared to those 3 guys, he should easily go over 100 yards rushing. The weakness of that defense for Maryland is their front. They run a 3-4 pretty much.
Yeah.
They always have one guy come and put his hand down, so it makes it like a 4-man front, but it's a 3-man front. And the interior of that is bad. And matter of fact, one of their best players watching that Penn State game got banged up, and I don't even know if he's playing, one of the best interior guys. So let the offensive line push. Last week, I said ignorantly that Michigan State's pass defense is so bad that even Nebraska can pass on it. I was really wrong.
Yeah.
That's not the case. That can't happen. We know now that even though Maryland's the 2nd worst pass defense in the Big Ten, that you can't expect Nebraska to take advantage of that. So take advantage of the fact that they can't stop the quarterback from running.
What do you think about reincorporating sprint option back into the plan? Because it seemed like I think they ran 1 or 2 last week, maybe tops.
Is he willing to pitch it? I mean, is he willing to?
Well, they haven't been so far, and I don't
run
blame
option.
him for not.
It's one option. It's him.
Yeah.
It's the option.
But at least the look.
Yeah. No, I love it.
I
I don't like that as much as I like being in shotgun and allowing the hold open up in front of me.
Yeah.
You saw it a little bit
that.
last night, right? A couple of times, Bryce Young, the last 2 weeks actually, you've seen it open up in front of him, and he takes 8-9 yards. Again, a guy who's a pretty good runner. I think Harbaugh is probably a better runner than he is too. So I would rather see.
Okay.
I don't know, because they are fast on the edges. By the way, they're fast across the board.
Yeah.
They've got 6 wide receivers that have all caught more than 20 balls. They got 4 that caught more than 30. They're really fast. So they're fast on the edge too with their corners. So I don't know if you want to test them on the edge. But up the middle, physically, I think you can push them around.
Bigger game then on that note, for the pass rush or for the back end? when it comes to defending.
Oh, it's
Talia.
a pass rush by far. I grew up. I've watched the Saints play for a long time.
Yep.
And the thing I know is you got a short quarterback, and Drew's nowhere near. Drew Brees was at the combine 6'3", right? So almost 6'1", believe it or not.
Yeah.
This guy is listed at 5'10". He's more like 5'9.5". So what you got to do is you've got to make sure that you push forward, right? Inside, make him have to either throw over those guys. Don't let him climb the pocket. He's great at climbing the pocket. There were 3 or 4 times I watched 3 of their games where he climbed the pocket with his head up and looked just like his brother and made just outstanding throws. So if you can make him move, especially make him move left and make him have to throw against his body, he doesn't have that strong of an arm, then that's how you beat him. The secondary is going to have plays to make, of course, because they have good wide receivers and speed. But if you get him running, again, he's sacked 12 times the last 2 weeks, 15 the last 3. You can get to him. You can get to him. And they have 20 on the season. Do the math.
That's the crazy part.
Think about
if you
that.
look at what's happened in the last 3 and then overall. Michael, how feasible is it to bring up Nebraska not turning the ball over? Like, because you want to do the key of don't turn the ball over. How much are you baking into these games right now?
No, and last week, my third key was, just hold on to the ball. Just hold on to the ball. And, you can say it all you want, but it's in the DNA of this football team. And when I say this football team, I'm talking about the 2023 Huskers.
I'm about the program.
I'm talking about the program.
Yeah, it is.
The only 2 years where they really did not fumble the ball was 2016, and that was the year they decided Tommy Armstrong's going to be more of a passer. And then, of course, 2017, when all you had was Tanner Lee, who was a passer. And in that one, they led the league in interceptions.
Yep.
Right? So the only time, those 2 years, the only time they weren't really up there in fumbles, it's just in the DNA. If you're going to run this kind of system, you have a quarterback who can be loose with the ball, obviously a couple running backs who can be loose with the ball. If that's going to happen, there's nothing you can do about it. All you can do is what 2001 Nebraska did. Recover them.
Yeah.
Or 1999 Nebraska or 1994 Nebraska.
Or a lot of the Taylor Martinez years.
All those years. Yeah. Somehow their fumble luck with Taylor Martinez. 3 years in a row, he led the nation in fumbles.
Yep.
Their fumble luck was incredible. Like 62%.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, Nebraska's fumble luck is pretty good compared to other ones. It was 24-12, right?
Yep.
Is that right?
I believe so. I believe that's right.
So that's not bad, actually. If you're recovering at 50% of the time.
I mean, honestly, that's fumble recovery is a coin flip anyway.
That's why it's called fumble luck.
Yeah.
Because it really truly is. And if you look throughout, if you go over that list on CFBstats.com and look at the fumbles, most of the teams in the Big Ten don't have the fumble luck that Nebraska has.
Mm-hmm.
And so it could be worse. They could have lost more.
Hey, you brought up the running backs. I wonder what you see, because I love talking about like ball carriers with you. What do you see from Emmett Johnson? What do you like, and what would you like to see him improve?
I think his
upon?
acceleration is outstanding. From standstill to, I'd rather him run, and I don't believe this about, but I like Anthony Grant out of the eye. I'd rather see Emmett Johnson back there when they're in a shotgun. And he's in, I like to call it the loaded pistol, right? He's right next to him. I like that. His balance is exceptional. We'd seen it a little bit earlier. You saw it last week on the touchdown run. I mean, this guy is knocked off balance. His hand goes down. He braces himself. And the hole, I mean, it's a Gale Sayers kind of hole, right? The one into daylight. And he got through there and scored the touchdown. His balance is exceptional too. And he's tough. That whole thing about, and this comes from Sipple, obviously, you have to have big backs to run in short yardage.
Backs.
You have to have people that can find the hole, make themselves skinny, and get through the hole. He does that. Matter of fact, some of the bigger backs that Nebraska's had over the last 5 or 10 years weren't great in short yardage.
Yeah.
Who
was the guy who slipped against Minnesota a couple years ago at the goal line?
Was it Fant, right?
Yes.
Jock Yant.
Jock Yant. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Not a shotgun.
And was a horrible short yardage runner, and he was as big as a running back they've ever had.
Yeah.
No, I think he does a bunch of things well. I would like to see more, and this is the biggest shock in terms of this offense, and maybe it's because of injuries. I'm not sure. But I thought they would run a lot more getting the ball to the running backs. A little bit of jerk route stuff, swing passes, actual screens. I thought we'd see a ton of that because if you go back and look in his history, they did a lot of that, whether it was Baylor or Temple, even Carolina. Obviously, they had McCaffrey. I'm surprised that we don't see as much of that.
I've been waiting for that because you want high percentage throws. You want things where, hey, there's no read. It's just, hey, and there was the play against Purdue, and who was it that was on the catch? Snuck out of the backfield, or not snuck out of the backfield, but came across the formation, snuck behind the line, leaked out, hit him in stride, 15-yard gain. Simple, easy concept throws.
And the people will say to me at the same time is it's because they struggle so much blocking that they have trouble. We saw it last week, right? you had a chance on that screen to Bullock early on, the one that Fedoni misses the block.
Yep.
That's going to go away.
Yeah,
all he's got to do is get his body between him and the defender, and it goes away. But he didn't. The big guy couldn't get over there. So there is that concern that they're just not very good at it, but I still would try it more. Would you rather see that? Would you rather see just running into the line of scrimmage on first down?
The former.
I would say the former.
I am not a huge fan of running the ball into – the Saints run the ball on first down into the line of scrimmage 70% of the time. They're the highest first down – this is according to Warren Sharp. They're the highest first down running team, and they suck at it.
Yeah.
So the best play out of the 3 downs to throw the ball is first down.
Yep.
They're in base defense normally, right? They're expecting the run because that's traditionally what people do. And you have a chance to put whoever you want on the field, whether it is an extra wide receiver or maybe it's a pass-catching tight end or maybe it's your pass-catching running back, you slot him in and you can make a play that
Have
way.
you been keeping track of where Nebraska's run versus pass on first down?
I have not, but I can look it up. It's on the stat page. It's on that stat page.
On the game stats page?
Yeah.
You'd have to go. You have to go back and
each one
add them up.
Yeah. No, I have not been.
Yeah,
I know it's funny
because I've heard you talk about this on the Sunday show, and I have looked it up, but I should keep track of
each week outside of, I believe it was last week, where they really struggled on first down, but were good on third down. And the opposite, Michigan State was horrible on first down and great on. No, it was the other way. They were great on first down and horrible on third down. So I believe early down success rate is important. At the same time, though, I don't know how important it is nowadays because teams can pick up 3rd and 9s better than any time in the history because they just throw the ball better. These quarterbacks grew up in 7-on-7 and not the quarterback we have, but other quarterbacks have grown up, playing 7-on-7 and they play pitch and catch. This is not what Heinrich Harbaugh can do. He cannot play. We played a game. I don't know if you guys played this game. It was points. You play points with the football?
Points.
You can do it with baseball too. And so you're throwing the ball back and forth to each other. If the ball is right here, there's no camera. Right here, right in your chest.
In your chest.
It's 3 points. If it's above your head, it's 1 point.
Yeah.
If it's below here, okay. So we play points, and you would try to be accurate with the football. He would lose a game of points to anyone.
Oh, yeah.
I think Nick might beat him in a game of points.
Nice.
I'd like this challenge.
You never know.
Thank you.
He's not very good at that. But he's a great athlete, and you have to be able to use what he does to do what you need. It's an Aretha Franklin thing. Use what you got to get what you want, and he can do that. He can't do other things.
No, he can't.
Going back, Michael, real fast to the first down success rate and running the ball, it reminded me of last night. I don't remember which team it was, but it was 1st and 30, and they decided to just run it up the gut for a 1-yard gain. It's
because
that's idiotic. It's 1st and 30
because you run
after
the ball,
penalty.
Right?
Yeah, throw the ball. It's 1st and 30.
Throw the ball.
You wasted a down.
And combined, you have 3 wins.
Yeah.
What do you have to lose?
Yeah, exactly.
Obviously, Carolina doesn't have a draft pick, so they can't even lose that.
Yeah,
right.
That's
so what do you have to lose? It doesn't make any sense. I last week I thought, hey, just throw the ball up. Give your wide receivers a chance. Now, I hope they would throw it to the wide receiver up and not to somebody else.
To somebody else.
But I thought that. This week, I'm not sure about doing that because even though Maryland in general is not a good pass defense, they can turn you over. They will catch the ball. Michigan State wasn't as much of that, but Maryland will catch the ball. So if you just throw it up like that, they could pick you and bring it back.
I'll be curious to see because the weather's it's supposed to be windy tomorrow.
But it's supposed to be nice, right?
Nice, but
50,
windy.
Yeah.
And we saw what happened with Purdue, and Purdue got cocky and said, we're going to throw into this wind, and it didn't work. Now, Talia probably better equipped to do that than Harbaugh. But I will be curious because the wind, I believe, is out of the south. So as you're going to the north end zone, if Nebraska is going to be more chancy there or how that's all going to work. But the weather will have a key.
The other key is, do you decide to play special teams? Do you decide to actually return punts and have a punter that knows what he's doing? Do you choose to do either one of those?
Or do you punt on special teams? And I don't mean it pun intended.
Like literally, they punted on special teams return.
I mean, if you really wanted to go for the block, just put all 11 guys up there and just let the punt roll.
He was defending the decision they made to put Billy Kemp back there.
Right.
You go back and you watch it. 4 of the punts, there was no one within 15 yards of him. 4 of them.
Yeah.
He could have easily brought it back 5 yards. It was Santino Panico all over.
It was. For a coach who is so respective of Nebraska's
respectful
of Nebraska's history, how do you not know? How did someone not tell you, hey, we had a guy named Santino Panico? Because he's become a meme in the fan base for 20 years.
Damon was on Big Red Wrap Up this week, and I said to him before, I was like, you have to just watch that from the booth and I can hear him. Like I listened to the radio call so I can edit it for the Sunday morning show, and you can hear him. He's like, oh. You can just hear it.
Yes.
Because he's looking and you're watching the punt come down and you know how you do. You look at the punt in the air, then you look and see where the defense is. And you're like, wait a minute. And after the second one, we all realize, right? He's too injured.
Oh, absolutely.
We realize it. But at that point, you're trailing.
Put somebody else back there.
You're down 20-10. You got to put a playmaker in there. Try to make a play.
Do something.
If they lose that many yards in field position tomorrow, again.
Yeah, -8. -8.
It was -8 in field position, but it was minus like 40 in net punting.
Right.
It was even more than that.
But average is -8, and you extrapolate that over 13 drives.
Yeah.
That's a big difference.
It is.
It's a huge difference.
It is.
And you can't have that tomorrow. All right. Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks,
Anytime.
Michael.
Anytime you want to talk about Maryland.
Maryland.
You're our guy.
Do you know how to say Maryland?
Maryland.
You guys know how to say it? Like they say it there?
How do they say it there?
They say Merlin.
Merlin. Oh,
they say Merlin there. Baltimore.
Baltimore. I've heard Baltimore.
Merlin. Yeah.
I've not heard.
I thought the person who was telling me the first time I heard it, I thought something was a little wrong. Like, oh, do you have a
by the way, Jed did it for us.
Yes,
183 rushes on first down for 913 yards, 59 passes for 425. So a better average on the passes in terms of overall per play, but it's essentially 3 rushes for every pass on first down.
According to Warren Sharp, who charts this for the NFL and college football,
he
says that you should throw the ball on first down almost every time. It's just
because of the
advantage you have
with
them being in base defense and the surprise of it and who you can put on because many times on first down, you're coming on the field and you're rushing on the field and they have to be able to match up with you. And so you have the advantage on matchups too. So
the yards per play average on the runs is a shade under 5, which is fine.
Yeah.
But for the passes, it's 7.
A couple of their biggest plays, though, were on first down. That's why it's so early down success rate is skewed in many ways because of that. And 2 or 3 of the really long runs by Harbaugh were on first down. So that obviously skews.
It will.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, Nebraska's been 3 times more likely to run it on first down than pass it.
Yeah. When do you guys do your picks for the game?
5:30.
5:30.
I am picking Nebraska 24-23. But if I'm going to be honest with you, the line should be 6 by my numbers. It should be 6.
Okay.
That's where the line should be.
Interesting.
Maryland should be favored by 6.
Huh.
That's what the line. Now you don't take as much into consideration. They've lost 4 in a row.
Right.
And you do take in consideration they're on the road.
Yeah.
But at the same time, if you're just talking about matching up stats and the way they do things, the way Nebraska everything, they should be 6-point favorite.
I did have a fun, oddly specific prediction for the Hypecast this week. That factors into my prediction.
That was awesome.
Did you like that?
Oh my gosh.
I didn't hear it.
I said Brian Buschini is going to punt one with the win. He's going to rocket one, and it's going to take a
Alex Henry
like 45-degree angle bounds inside the 5-yard line, which will lead to the safety that will be the difference in the game.
Oh wow!
That's very.
So there you
specific.
go. There's a tease for my prediction
for the happy hour.
That is very oddly specific.
But he said oddly specific, and I thought
you nailed it.
All right.
I hope it happens. One of those every week. I usually watch the show. One of these, you were on this week. So, that's not true. I always watch it. Usually I listen to it on the way up to the game, but one of those always hits. BC had like 3 in a row. 3 weeks in a row, he had very oddly specific things.
His had to do with like Malachi hitting like a 57-yard touchdown pass.
Yeah. Well, he had the belly G option pass the first time that Malachi caught it. He called that. And they hadn't run it yet.
They've moved you in the press, but did you hear me when they hit that? Because you now sit down and off.
Yeah, I know they moved.
And as soon as Heinrich faked into the line and did that reverse pivot back, I threw my hands up and said, "Finally!" The ball's not even in the air yet.
Yeah. Well, if you listen to the radio call, you heard him too. Like, ooh,
yeah,
you could hear him say.
By the way, did you get your filter fix or your smoke alarm fix? It was beeping the whole podcast on Sunday with Schaefer. Beep, 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 beep.
Oh, so that was the CO2 one?
Yes.
And I can't. I took it. I put it in the refrigerator because you can't do anything right. And so we took it out of the refrigerator. I need to take it in to try to get fixed because I can't. I don't know what the hell's wrong with it. Change the battery out. It
How old
plugs
is it?
in. I don't know. Probably 10 years old.
See, I think those.
I think it's just bad.
I think they wear out because we had a CO2 filter and they said you should be changing those out like every.
Really?
Whatever.
Okay. Well, maybe that's what we need to do. But yeah, it was beeping.
Yeah.
But you know what? I'd rather it be there and tell us that we have CO2 than not. So that's why we still kept.
That is true. The silent killer, folks. Please have a CO2.
Yeah, seriously.
If you have gas appliances in your home,
and we do,
you have to have a CO2.
Yeah, we're not kidding about that.
An alarm. Absolutely.
We're not joking about that.
Very important.
All right. CO2 worked alone.
We got to take a break because Kent's coming up.
Thank you, Michael.
Talking BlacKkKlansman. Have you seen BlacKkKlansman?
Oh, yes.
That's
Very
our
good
movie this week, yes.
One of Spike Lee's top 4, I think. And obviously he finally won the
Yes, he
Academy Award
did.
for it. Yeah.
All right. That and more as we continue. 1620 The Zone.
Omaha's most listened to all sports radio station. Again and again and again. 1620 The Zone.
Hi, this is Kathy Canoyer. 'Tis the season at Glasshouse Market within Canoyer Garden Center. We'd like to be a part of your family's holiday tradition. Whether you're looking for a gift for that special someone or a wreath for your front door, we'd like to invite you to come shop our stunning holiday market full of Christmas decor, novelty items, and fresh greens. Shop Glasshouse Market, located within Canoyer Garden Center on 66th Street between Cornhusker and Highway 370 in Papillion. Open daily 10 to 6.
At Canoyer Garden Center, everybody's got a green thumb.
Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. EquitableOnline.com.
It's the most time-honored tradition to start the weekend, grabbing a cold one from a local Nebraska brewery. Let's be real here. It's hot outside, and you don't want to drink the same boring beer as those Hawkeye fans. Drink icy cold, Nebraska-brewed beers, cider, or seltzers instead. Each week, we're putting the spotlight on a unique Nebraska brewery with One Beer Friday. Share your brew on social media with the hashtag One Beer Friday, and you'll be entered to win a $25 gift card to a local Nebraska brewery. Nebraska is the good life with great beer. Click nebraska.beer to learn more.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
Does eating at home have you singing the blues? Stop by Cops at the Shadow Lake Town Center, 180th and Center, or 72nd and Jones to grab a delicious pizza, burgers, fresh salad, and some tasty charred wings. They even offer keto crusts and an extensive variety of shareable appetizers. Dine in, carry out, or delivery. Cops, now with 3 convenient locations to serve you. Shadow Lake Town Center, 180th and Center, and 72nd and Jones. Click copspizza.com to see the menu, pizza, and so much more.
Hey, it's Apper for the FanDuel Sportsbook, and as the weather gets colder, the NFL offers stay hot on FanDuel. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 moneyline bet. That's $150 all if your team wins in bonus bets. So pick a big favorite if you have to. Minus 200 on the money line. If they win, it's $150 in bonus bets. You've been thinking about joining FanDuel. There is no better time to get in on the action. There's not just the money line side. There's spreads. There's player props. Anytime touchdown scores. Love a same game parlay as well. All available to you at FanDuel.com/Happer. Kick off the NFL season the right way with FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. 21 and over, present in Iowa. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame moneyline wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Hi, everybody. Kent Pavelka here with why I chose Everlevel Concrete Repair for my driveway. They do it all. They fix cracks, lift sunken slabs, protect the finished product from deterioration, and all at a fraction of the price of replacement. It's not a Band-Aid like other repair methods. Everlevel's products are designed to last, which is why they've been voted Best of Omaha again this year. Better yet, it all comes with a transferable warranty. Protect your concrete before winter. Call Everlevel today for your free inspection. Everlevel, they make your driveway Everlevel. Level up.
I'm former Husker Terry Keneally.
And I'm former Husker Titus Adams.
Titus and I used to sack quarterbacks, but now we're fighting for the children of East Omaha.
Terry and I are on the board of the Q's Fund, which supports the Q's school system, made up of Holy Name, All Saints, and Sacred Heart School, which I am a proud graduate of.
Our students receive a values-based education with the family support they need.
And they go on to graduate high school at a 96% rate.
Learn more about our children at qschools.org.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
All right, real quick, because we have Kent in the green room.
Yep,
some updates on Michigan.
Yep, updates on Michigan. Well, Kent's going to want to hear this because this is his new coach.
That's true.
This
That's
is the coach
true.
that he
Yes,
wants.
yes. Harbaugh's going to be the next Raiders
listen up.
coach.
Here's an update on your coach getting suspended.
So they released a statement.
He's not your coach yet, but he will
it's
be.
kind of in two parts. I'm not going to read the first part because I don't think that matters so much for this quick discussion. But from Michigan, Commissioner Petitti's hasty action today suggests that this is more about reacting to pressure from other conference members than a desire to apply the rules fairly and impartially. By taking this action at this hour, the commissioner is personally inserting himself onto the sidelines and altering the level playing field that he is claiming to preserve. This is great. And doing so on Veterans Day. A court holiday.
Wait, what?
And doing so on Veterans Day,
Oh.
a court holiday to try to thwart the university from seeking immediate judicial relief is hardly a profile in impartiality. To ensure fairness in the process, we intend to seek a court order together with Coach Harbaugh preventing this disciplinary action from taking effect. So there you go. And when I first saw on Veterans Day, I thought they were going to be like,
how can you do this to us on Veterans Day?
So at least I understand what they mean.
Tomorrow is Veterans Day, but yes, today is the observed.
So there you go. So they are going to go to court, and now we see if Harbaugh is their coach tomorrow.
I believe
I'm going to take the over on whatever your viewership number was. Give me the over tomorrow.
I think we're going to see 11 million people. Or 12 million people. I think we'll see 12 million for this.
I know
game.
You're sad about missing the Nebraska game. You're not as excited, but God, now I'm bummed for you for missing this game. It's going to be a circus. We don't see stuff like this at sports very often.
Yeah.
Where it's like there's all this pressure and that people want this guy suspended. It's fascinating. Can't wait to watch some of that game tomorrow. On the tiny TV in there.
Triggered. Didn't the official release say he couldn't be at the venue?
Correct. He could be. I mean, he's obviously in the town. He's there in State College.
So does this mean he can't walk around the stadium and do laps like I suggested?
Probably not. That's probably the venue. That's probably technically.
What if you were just to walk around downtown
State College?
State College.
That's probably allowed.
And Fox could have like a little drone camera just following him
he probably
around.
wants to watch the game, John.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He could do it on a phone. Maybe he can have some goofy setup. Maybe a guy could set him up with some smart glasses where he can watch it through his sunglasses.
Maybe. And
then record other people's reactions.
What do you call him again? A beady-eyed?
Beady-eyed, four-eyed, khaki-wearing goober.
Okay, John.
Well, he is.
You don't have to bring four eyes into
hey,
this.
khakis. Whoa, come on now.
Goober.
Come on now.
All right, coming up next, it's Kent's Movie Club, BlacKkKlansman from Spike Lee, the film this week. So stand by, and we still have a lot more to come on this weekend in college football and the game on Saturday. All right here on 1620 The Zone.
Hey, everyone. Josh Peterson here for my friends at Kugler Vision. We are nearing the end of the year, not even 2 months remaining in 2023, and you might still have money sitting in that flex plan or in your health savings account. And if so, friends, it's time for an early holiday gift for yourself by giving yourself the gift of great vision. Connect with the folks at Kugler Vision at KuglerVision.com. Let them know that you are sick of the bad vision and you're ready for a vision correction consultation. Maybe you have reading glasses scattered all over the house. Maybe you're someone like me who had been wearing glasses for almost 2 decades. Maybe you're just annoyed by the contacts and the struggles of that, especially as we get into the winter season and those eyes are scratchy. Well, they can help you out, and at Kugler Vision, they have affordable payment options. So even if you don't have any money left in the flex plan or in the HSA, they're going to make it affordable for your budget. Enjoy the holidays and enjoy the rest of your life more than you have before with that great vision. 402-558-2211 or schedule a consultation online at KuglerVision.com.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time Saving Traffic Center, currently nothing major as far as wrecks go to slow you down across the metro. We are getting reports that the roadwork still has traffic down to one lane for both directions on L Street between 33rd and 24th. Delays on Industrial Road for both directions around 144th. Slight delay on eastbound 370 between 84th and 72nd. And then that roadwork on Dodge, still causing significant delays for both directions between 69th and Rose Blumpkin Drive. I'm Mike Neville.
Listen to 1620 The Zone weekdays for the Big Red Practice Report presented by Tickets for Less. Visit ticketsforless.com and use promo code The Zone to score incredible savings for your favorite team. It's the Big Red Practice Report brought to you by Tickets for Less.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
The brand new Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair is now hiring. Starting wage is up to $22 per hour with benefits including medical, dental, vision, 401k, and a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Again, apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Dollar General can't wait to have you become a team member at their brand new distribution center.
Hi, this is Kathy Kenoyer. 'Tis the season at Glass House Market within Kenoyer Garden Center. We'd like to be a part of your family's holiday tradition. Whether you're looking for a gift for that special someone or a wreath for your front door, we'd like to invite you to come shop our stunning holiday market full of Christmas decor, novelty items, and fresh greens. Shop Glass House Market, located within Kenoyer Garden Center on 66th Street between Cornhusker and Highway 370 in Papillion. Open daily 10 to 6.
At Kenoyer Garden Center, everybody's got a green thumb.
Hey folks, Kent Pavelka again to tell you about your local concrete experts at Everlevel Concrete Repair. Now, if you have cracked, uneven concrete, Everlevel can fix it at a fraction of the cost compared to replacement. This is no Band-Aid. Their products are built to last. It gives your concrete the durable protection it needs, and there's still time. I chose Everlevel for my driveway, and I've got peace of mind with their long-term transferable warranty. Everlevel's products and customer service are top-notch, and that's why they've been voted Best of Omaha again this year. Say it with me. Everlevel, Everlevel, Everlevel.
Email us on the Equitable Bank inbox with whatever is on your mind. Zone Inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. You can get me, Gary, at 1620thezone.com. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone Inbox.
Hey everybody, it's Jimmy Allen and former Nebraska quarterback Adrian Martinez. You know the After Hours Lounge is open from 6 to 8 p.m. when the sports schedule allows. And guess what? I'm stopping by from time to time. When Rob Love's off for the night, Adrian's going to stop by and talk all things Nebraska football, what he's been up to in the NFL, and you know we're going to still talk all things high school sports. And who knows what we'll get into. Maybe you'll get to ask me some questions, so stop by from 6 to 8 p.m. and check out the show. Brought to you by Bellevue University and Papillion Sanitation here on 1620 The Zone.
Life doesn't stop when cancer starts. After a diagnosis, treatment is vital. But for some, just getting there, to appointments, chemo, or radiation, is a major challenge. You can change that. Volunteer to give rides with the American Cancer Society Road to Recovery program. A few hours of your day could make a life-saving difference for someone with cancer. Visit cancer.org/drive to learn more. That's cancer.org/drive.
Our Cox mobile plans are like a band. The more people you add, the better it sounds. So, add more lines to save more. Pay as low as $30 per line when you add 4 or more gig unlimited lines. It's easy. I like the sound of that. Visit cox.com/mobile. 4 lines required for $30 per line. Price max of 5 lines. Prices exclude taxes, device activation, and other fees and charges, which are subject to change. Cox postpaid internet required. Other restrictions apply.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Oh no!
Friday, the final day of the week. These are the voyages of the program Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Its ongoing mission to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits and new edifications, to boldly go where no radio program has gone before. Elkins Movie Club. It's Elkins Movie Club. It's Elkins Movie Club.
Had to do it this week because Josh has a very famous line on this program where we're celebrating former Providence star David Duke.
And I say, good for you, David Duke. And then I realize it and I say, the basketball David Duke.
One of the best things
I
ever.
still remember watching Kent. I was over at my parents' house one time, and we were watching Nebraska and Creighton were on at the same time, so we had both the games on, and they were playing Providence.
Providence.
And my dad just said, "Man, that is an unfortunate name for a player to have."
Yes, especially for a black form.
Oh, yes, exactly. Oh,
and he was their best player.
yeah, he was good. So they were always like, "Oh, and there's David Duke." David Duke just dumped all over the competition. Oh,
well, Kent, do you feel a little bit better about your team's chances of getting Jim Harbaugh now?
Yeah, I'm just back the truck up to Ann Arbor with some money in it, and he'll be there in January.
Kent, the reaction that came out of the win over the weekend, where they're like, they have a basketball hoop and they're smoking cigars and they're doing all this stuff. It's like, man, what is it like to be Josh McDaniels where you get fired and then you watch everyone celebrating like that they just don't have to work with you anymore? Like, God, that would suck.
Yes. He was pretty much universally loathed, I think, by the players, by the fans,
Lord.
That is one of, Mark Davis, part of all this Raider nonsense is on him for his inability to hire a decent coach. But this was a mistake from the first second. There were a number of us that said, "Why would you do that?"
All right, this week's movie is BlacKkKlansman, and this was
your pick.
My pick.
Oh, no, Nick's pick.
Nick's pick.
Okay.
Nick's pick.
Yes.
Tell us about it.
It's a story loosely based off of a real life event of this man who joins black man who joins the police station in Colorado Springs
in the 70s.
In the 70s, he's the first black officer at this place, trying to bring change from within. And he gets assigned first to the undercover division to infiltrate a gathering with a prominent active civil rights activist speaker.
Yep.
And then he gets transferred to the intelligence division where he gets in contact with the KKK, pretending to be a white man to try to infiltrate. And then after the fact, he's like, hey, wait a minute. They're going to know that something's off. So then he works with two of his fellow officers. One of them pretends to be him. So he's him over the phone, but then this other guy is him in person.
Adam Driver's character. And then it's just about them infiltrating the KKK and trying to take down this chapter of the KKK that's in this city.
And I'd
say that's a good synopsis.
That is pretty much it. And like Nick said, it is loosely based because there's the timeline of the actual story done by Ron Stallworth is a little different, but
it was in the later 70s, right? In real life.
Yeah, it was in the later 70s,
and the movie's in the early 70s.
But for the purposes of this, and honestly, I did not know going in, didn't know about the story.
Do you remember the trailer for this movie at all?
No.
See, that's crazy because I
don't.
I remember, seeing the trailer in theaters and it's like, whoa, that sounds like an interesting premise. I mean, it's a crazy premise, and obviously, given that it happened in real life, it is a pretty crazy situation.
But when I think of, the first film I think of when I think of Spike Lee is actually Malcolm X. It's my favorite. And so I was kind of going into it with the idea that this film was going to be, more serious. This is actually it's a comedy.
Oh yeah. It plays for laughs a lot.
It does play for laughs, but it's also somewhat based on a true story. I found myself enjoying it immensely.
It's like a combination of comedy, socio-political drama, and
commentary. And it does have commentary. I mean, and it definitely has commentary.
The ending.
Yes, very much so. So Kent, and this, of course, some people thought this, the accolades for Spike Lee, this was kind of a make good for maybe some of the other films he didn't get honored for, but in the pantheon of Spike Lee movies, and you kind of hinted at this last week that this is one of his best ones.
I would say it's, you have the first one, The Do the Right Thing, is a great movie, and Malcolm X is, a really fine movie. And then if you eliminate the documentaries, because he made a couple great documentaries, including the one about the 4 little girls that got killed in the church in the civil rights movement. I would put this one maybe third. I mean, it's a good movie. I looked back. I had it. It was in my top 10 in 2018 when it came out. It was one of the best movies of that year by far. And I think, the other thing, the plot description or whatever you want, summary, doesn't really get at is you got to remember the time when this came out.
Yes.
Right. Mm-hmm. And it's not giving anything away to say that the ending jumps into the future and includes scenes from Charlottesville during that, whatever it was, KKK, far right, whatever you want to call it, march, where the woman got run over by the car, and the movie is dedicated to her. This came out the 1-year anniversary of that, smack in the middle of the Trump administration and before Black Lives Matter, right? Before all of that. So there was a distinct political, social point that he was making. And he makes it in part also because this movie refuses to have a completely happy ending, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
We wiped out a KKK group and everything's fine. No, right? And I think that is what took it beyond, I guess, just the story. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it does.
Kent, what do you think? I mean, I don't know how far into the very, very end we want to go, but how do you think that has aged, including that? Because I remember the first time I saw it, like, obviously I understand the exact point he's trying to make. It's the 1-year anniversary of Charlottesville, etc. But I remember leaving like, I don't know if, like, I kind of wish that it would have ended before that. I thought that it aged better this time. Now, maybe it's because of 2020 and what we went through that year. But how do you feel like that ending lands, just given that it could have ended with the plot of the movie in general?
And I think he could not have ended it that way because it would have been that's not Spike's way, right?
Sure. Sure.
So it was going to end something like this, whether it was that exact footage or not. Okay. Yeah. So, and as you say, I think after what's been 5 years since the movie came out,
that's crazy. Yeah.
And very little has really changed.
Yeah. The point that he's trying to make still fits.
Sure it does.
Yeah, exactly. And I do think it's also worth noting that the civil rights activist, so to speak, is actually Stokely Carmichael, who was the head of the Black Panther Party, or one of them, and they were pariahs, right? And completely, these are, in the framing of the FBI in particular, were the greatest threat to America in the 60s and whatever, and it doesn't directly reflect on this movie, but I have over the years come to know some Black Panthers, right? Mm-hmm. And they were victimized by this whole establishment. They were given free lunches for kids in Oakland, because they looked radical doesn't mean they were going to blow up the country, right? But that's how polarized this issue was then, and it's still that polarized now.
Mm-hmm. What did we think of the just the interaction, especially? I mean, it's kind of part buddy cop film as well, because you have two guys from very different backgrounds working together, basically portraying the same person, one in person, the other over the phone. But you have Adam Driver as the white detective and John David Washington as the black detective. What do we think of this?
Of how they played off each other?
Yeah.
I thought that they had some good chemistry. I think every time I watch Adam Driver in anything, I always think he's really, really good. I think he's a really good actor.
Yes.
I thought that, it's, as you mentioned, John, this is a serious movie, and there's obviously the N-word is said by many, many white characters in this, but the the part that made me laugh out loud this time that I just forgotten a lot of the parts about this is when the John David Washington character, he goes because he realizes that something bad might happen and their cover could get blown like pretty early in the movie. So he throws a rock into the window and then they all come out and he has to prove his bona fides. And so he grabs the gun, he shoots, and he's just yelling all of these things. And, he just, I don't know. That character I thought was very good at like towing this line, but also knowing that what we know about him, always seeming to me like to go a little too far with like, I'm not just going to be racist. Don't worry, guys. I'm also really racist too. And so I thought that the characters played off of each other very well.
There was also another scene and to that point where they're sitting around playing poker or something, and the female lead, who is the head of the local black student union. I believe that's played by Laura Harrier. And he makes a very inappropriate mention about her doing something to him. And that was an example of how Adam Driver took his character so over the top, trying to fit in with this group. Yet, the one guy that, always suspected.
He's always right.
And he's always right. But the rest of them, it does come off, like these guys are kind of bumbling around. And I also marked out, I will not lie, when Topher Grace is playing David Duke. I was like, okay, so now we're having complete fun at their expense.
One of my favorite facts, I believe it was this movie, the research that Topher Grace did for this role destroyed his soul so much that he locked himself in his house and he spent a lot of time editing the 3 Hobbit movies together into 2 movies just to try to.
Oh, that's great, John.
Well, Topher Grace likes to edit movies for fun. He just likes to re-edit movies. He's got different cuts of Star Wars.
Okay.
So this movie destroyed his soul so much that he just locked himself away and re-edited the Hobbit movies just to clean his soul.
Okay.
That's pretty funny.
I went home and watched, Cannonball Run to get Vanilla Sky out of my head. So I guess
also weren't acting as David Duke.
Well, no, I wasn't acting as David Duke.
But he had to listen.
The basketball one.
The basketball David Duke.
Topher Grace said he listened, he did research. He read his writings. He listened to his radio broadcast.
No, his radio broadcast.
He went deep into it just to channel, unfortunately, David Duke.
And Mr. Duke is still around and trying.
Sure is.
Yeah, he shows up at the end of the movie. I'd forgot about that too. When they start fast forwarding into the future.
Yeah.
I thought the characters played off each other really well. Another bit of comedy I thought was when the Adam Driver character shows up for the aforementioned later scene, but the first meeting, and the wife is just like, hi, come on and make yourself welcome. And then they go and it's just like this super racist meeting. And so like the give and take of, these are people who still operate in normal society, but then they have this horrific dark side. And I thought that showed itself best with those characters when they watch A Birth of the Nation.
Yes.
Another scene that I just basically had forgotten all this movie.
Even that scene where that super racist, the super racist dude, the crazy racist dude, was in bed with his wife, and it was just this really normal, intimate moment that you would have with your partner, except for what they were saying.
Yeah, exactly. Except for what they were talking about.
Juxtaposition.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
So the Birth of the Nation scene is really important, right? And it's really important for 3 reasons. One, just for what Josh just said, but Birth of a Nation was the first first picture that was a big hit.
It was a huge hit.
First big hit movie. It is also credited with being responsible for the rebirth of the Klan in the late teens and into the 20s. And that got to the point where the entire Indiana state government was run by Klan members. There was a giant Klan chapter in Omaha, right? I mean,
it was that behavior. And we've mentioned this before. The Nebraska Notre Dame series ended because of the Klan and the anti-Catholic rhetoric. And that was all in this time period that you're talking about, Kent, the rise of the Klan.
And then this is Spike Lee cleverness. He models some of his cuts in the movie on the cuts that were used in Birth of a Nation.
Really?
Whoa.
I guess I didn't notice that.
Well, this is film geekery, right?
Sure.
And I can't say as I saw that the first time, but when you read about it after it was over and then you watch it, you go, yeah, he's playing. And then that's also where Harry Belafonte in his that's his very last movie appearance, by the way, tells that story juxtaposed against the Birth of a Nation. So
yeah,
it was a really cool scene.
Yes, it was. That was another moment where I was like, oh my goodness. When you see Harry Belafonte show up on screen, by the way, I was reading from the production notes. So as Kent said, that was Harry Belafonte's last film. And Spike Lee had everybody on the crew, obviously not the actors because they're in costume. He had everybody on the crew dressed formally in suits or ties or whatever when he showed up on set. He wanted to show that respect to Harry Belafonte by having the whole crew on that day dress up. And of course, he comes on and he tells this story about the lynching of Jesse Washington, and it's very powerful, and that's why
very powerful.
That's the thing I like about the movie. Yes, it plays a little lighthearted at times. It's a little farcical in terms of just how over the top ridiculous these people are. But then it grounds you with that scene. It grounds you with the end of the movie. It reminds you that yes, we've been having some fun with this, and that's what I like. And there's a healthy balance of that throughout the entire film.
And that's great filmmaking to be able to do that. And it really starts with that opening sequence where it uses the first scenes from Gone with the Wind, which is not exactly your most racially progressive film. And then that crazy thing with Alec Baldwin, talking the racist stuff, right? Which is kind of funny because it's way over the top and you recognize Alec Baldwin, so it's not the historic something they dug out of the files.
Right.
Really sets that kind of tone that you're talking about.
It's like we said, it's highly rated. It did finally get some recognition for Spike Lee, and I think. And do you agree, Kent, that this was some of this? Not that it wasn't worthy, but that there was a little bit of make good going on here.
Oh, absolutely.
With some of Spike's previous.
He got the Oscar for adapted screenplay. And when I looked this up, when I did my Oscar picks that year, I said, he should have won for Best Director, but he won't win for Best Director, but he's going to get something for this movie. And that was the something that he got.
Who won Best Director that year? Do you know for sure?
I don't remember.
That would have been.
That was the year of Roma. And
what year would have been the 18 awards?
It was 18 into 19.
It was a guy from Roma, Alfonso Cuarón.
Cuarón.
Yeah.
Cuarón.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the year, Ken. A lot of people thought that Bradley Cooper was going to win a ton of awards because of A Star Is Born, and he won like nothing.
Oh, how about
He wasn't
this?
even nominated.
We just had Vice a couple of weeks ago.
Vice was in there
Adam
as well.
McKay was nominated in the same class with Spike Lee.
Yeah.
Interesting. Wow. We've
Look at us. Look at us. We're film critics ourselves.
Look at us.
The film boys.
Look at us getting stuff done.
Didn't we have I'm just looking at all the best directors. Didn't we do The Irishman in movie club?
No, we never have done The Irishman.
Oh, we didn't do the
You ever done Hereditary?
I thought we did, Kent. I thought we did.
so too, but never
You have
mind.
the document.
I do. I will look
I don't
up.
think so. I don't think
will
we
look up
ever
the
have. I've
document.
only seen it once. I only saw it in theaters. I don't think I've ever watched it again.
Yeah.
I did enjoy it a lot.
All right. Well, BlacKkKlansman is on
Netflix.
I was trying to remember where I watched it. Yeah, it was Netflix.
Great movie. I love this.
Yes, it really is. It's really good. And I think the way it plays out in the end, I still think it carries an awful lot of merit today.
Yeah.
Awful lot of merit. So I don't have any qualms with
how it ends
at all.
All right, whose turn is it? Is it your turn?
It's my turn.
John's turn.
All right.
This is going to be, I happen to find out this movie is celebrating its 30th anniversary this year.
1993.
And it's very on brand for you two.
Oh, murder.
Grumpy Old Men.
Grumpy Old Men.
Wow.
It's on Paramount Plus. Why did you turn your nose up?
I didn't turn my. I just like.
I've never seen this
saying
movie.
wow at you.
You've
calling
never
me a grumpy old man.
No. Oh, Kent, I've never seen this movie.
This one I'm not so surprised on.
Oh, okay. Dang it! I wanted to what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the premise of
This was. I mean, it was well received at the time, but it hasn't endured like this is a movie everybody should see level. It's not there. It's a fun movie, but
okay.
Yeah.
All
It's
right.
Walter Matthau. It's Jack Lemmon.
Jack Lemmon in one of their final. What
They did do a sequel, so yeah.
or whatever. But this was one of their last few times together, and it's a fun movie.
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect.
I'm excited. I've never.
It's
seen
on
it either.
Paramount Plus.
All right. I'm tweeting out the link right now.
Grumpy Old Men.
Hey, Kent, we never did ask you about Killers of the Flower Moon. What did you think of Killers of the Flower Moon?
I thought it was very, very, very well done.
Yep.
Not the most
Entertaining movie
film.
Yes. Yes. It's a tough hang.
Yeah, it gets pretty rough. Once again, I don't know that it needed to be 3 hours long or however long it is.
3.5 hours long.
3.5 hours long. I knew it was more than 3. I think it could have been a little shorter and still made the same points. But I thought it was really well done. And of course, then I watched it for a couple other reasons, including the musicians that I actually know personally that are in the movie. And Isbell had a big part. I was surprised
Very big part.
how big a part he did. And then Charlie Musselwhite, who spills, he's the guy that kind of spills the beans out there in front of the bank, the old guy. You know, Charlie's played the Zubar here for 40 years.
Oh, awesome.
And I thought Charlie was good. And here's a crazy story. Charlie has a story for everything, and your jaws drop when he gets done telling it. So he gets cast into this thing, goes there to film, and left out of the book is the story, or left out of the movie from the book is the story of this outlaw who killed a bunch of people right about the same time as this was going on, which is part of why the FBI was in there, right?
Yes. Yep.
So this outlaw they're chasing, Charlie has his real gun.
Wow.
Because his grandfather, Charlie Musselwhite, got it from this outlaw in some kind of poker game or something.
Oh,
and
my.
Charlie has the real gun.
That's
They get to where they're filming, right? And he's talking to Scorsese, and Scorsese's like, yeah, we're doing this and we're using these people and you know, the real issue. And Charlie says, well, I know my aunt, whatever her name is buried like 5 miles away from here. My people come from this area.
Wow.
It's just, that's Charlie Musselwhite. Every time it's like, okay.
Well, Kent, tomorrow, does Nebraska get bowl eligible?
Yeah, I think yes. I think we're in for another fine Big Ten, 17-14 game, maybe.
Ugh, that sounds evil.
What does evil Kent think?
But not evil enough.
I could see 52-38 or something like that. Probably Nebraska.
What do you mean that sounds evil? Weren't you salivating over that one Iowa game?
Yes, thank you, Nick, for reminding us. By the way, is Evil Kent talking about basketball season with that score, 52-38?
Nebraska's put up big points the first 2 games.
Yeah, but then Big Ten basketball season will begin and things will change a little bit.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that Nebraska-Iowa game in a couple weeks. We were talking in the office this morning about how the Big Ten is responsible for, 4 of the lowest total points of all time. I'm guessing that Nebraska-Iowa may make it 5.
Oh,
I
can't wait to see the total for that one, Kent. Like, we thought maybe that'll be the first one below 30. And then this week is 28.5. Like, I wanted to see that one at like 27.5, 26.5.
I wouldn't be surprised if we saw 25.
Oh my gosh. And we should all put the under.
I would be shocked if there's 27 points scored in that game. I'm looking at like 9-6 or something.
I know, especially if we get weather. I don't think we're supposed to, though. I think I think the long range forecast is pretty mild, but it doesn't matter.
Oh yeah, it does.
These teams can't score.
It's going to be tomorrow. I have a feeling will be pretty bad, but that one will be worse than that NFL game last night.
Oh, gross.
Good point. All right, so next week we are grumpy old men.
The biopic about John Bishop.
Aha. And Jack Mitchell.
When
they're
together.
older.
Nice.
When they're older.
What do you mean when we're older? All right, Kent, have a great weekend, and we'll talk to you next week.
Bye, Kent.
Bye, Kent.
Kent Walgamont of the Lincoln Journal-Star, Kent's Movie Club. We will be back. We're going to preview. We'll try to actually talk about the game.
The football on the field.
Obviously,
we do need to catch people up, though.
All right, we'll catch people up on what's going on with Michigan and Harbaugh and the suspension and all of that stuff. We'll also have our key party, our predictions, our trends for Nebraska, Maryland. It's a One Beer Friday. It's right here on 1620 The Zone. And yes, you can get a full-size truck with a 4-cylinder engine that hauls. I'm telling you, folks, it's real. It's the Chevy Silverado 1500 custom crew cab that I had a chance to drive last week from Woodhouse Chevy. It's got the Turbo Max engine, 4-cylinder engine with over 300 horses, over 400 pound-feet of torque, which means you can haul over 9,500 pounds, which is most of your campers, a lot of your trailers. And with the advantage of the 4-cylinder, you still have good fuel mileage. I got up to 22 miles per gallon on the interstate during a crosswind, by the way, driving between Lincoln and Omaha. And you can visit Woodhouse Chevy today and see their full selection of Silverados and even test drive the Turbo Max for yourself just to see for yourself. I was really surprised. Once you punch that accelerator, it goes, does not hesitate, and it shows no mercy. Check it out along with their entire selection of great, tough Chevy trucks at woodhouse.com and find new roads in a Chevy Silverado 1500 with Turbo Max engine at Woodhouse Chevy, exit 75 off I-29 Missouri Valley or 112th and Dodge in Omaha, online at woodhouse.com.
Previously on The Crossover.
And we rolled him over on the side. He hit one of those ruts, turned 45 degrees sideways, hit the retaining wall, and eventually started going end over end. And so every time the top of the barrel, the exposed end, you'd see his arms flaying. And we stood there at the top of the hill. We were looking at each other going, do we go down and save him or do we run?
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike Conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from Knoyer Garden Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Your Friday evening forecast would include mostly clear skies with temperatures cooling into the mid-40s after sunset. For tonight, increasing clouds, morning low of 35 degrees, partly cloudy to mostly cloudy conditions for your Saturday. There's a small chance of a sprinkle throughout the early afternoon, highs approaching the mid to upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Anthony Copeland for KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time Saving Traffic Center, getting reports of some delays on eastbound I-80 starting at 84th going to 72nd. Also, if you're east on 370, slow going starts at about 132nd going all the way to 90th. Delays on West Center Road for both directions around 175th. And then road work still has traffic down to one lane on L Street for both directions between 24th and 33rd, causing delays through there. And then also significant delays because of road work on Dodge for both directions between 69th and Rose Blumkin Drive. I'm Mike Neville.
Giving Tuesday is our biggest local giving day of the year. On November 28th, let's celebrate what the Metro can do together. Donate to your choice of local nonprofits on Giving Tuesday and year-round at shareomaha.org.
Planning something fun for your office, family, or friends? Joe's Karting is for you. Take a break. Come to Joe's to race, relax, and recharge. Great for team building. Ditch the speaker and burn some rubber. Trust us, Joe says you'll leave motivated. Joe's Karting race packages range from providing simple stress relief races to the real deal race experience. Check us out at joeskarting.com. Remember, go to Joe's, your place to race.
Every Friday, we bring you discounts to some of your favorite businesses in the Metro. The thing is, once a week just isn't enough. Get ready for OmahaWeekendDeals.com. Every weekend, you can find big deals, 50% off or more, to even more of your favorite Metro businesses. Like this weekend's deal to Qdoba Catering in Omaha. Get 2 gift certificates of $50 value for just $25. Head to OmahaWeekendDeals.com to get yours. That's OmahaWeekendDeals.com.
Home is where your health is, where your family gathers together, takes care of each other. And right there with you is Nebraska Medicine. We're proud to take care of Nebraska, to deliver everything your family needs. From immediate care to neurosurgery, it's expertise you can be confident in. With locations throughout the region and telehealth appointments from the comfort of home. Find a provider close to you at nebraskamed.com.
Home is with you wherever that may be.
Creighton Sports Update.
Creighton men's basketball welcomes the North Dakota State Bison tomorrow afternoon for Military Appreciation Day at 1 p.m. A limited number of single-game tickets are still available for purchase. Visit gocreighton.com/buy to secure your seats. We look forward to seeing you at CHI Health Center Omaha tomorrow. And that's your Creighton Sports Update.
1620 The Zone proudly supports Creighton Athletics.
Make the right call, fans. The Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Rooferees. Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
The Kool-Aid is the soul.
On 1620 The Zone.
So if you missed the earth-shattering, groundbreaking, blow-your-mind news, Jim Harbaugh suspended 3 games by the Big Ten. Now, he won't be able to coach on the field, but he will be able to coach during the week.
Yes.
The Michigan folks have filed for a temporary injunction or temporary restraining order so they can somehow...
They want him on the sidelines.
They want him on the sidelines tomorrow. The line, by the way, is still not moved from the 4.5.
Okay.
But today is a court holiday. So in other words, you know, I don't know what the odds are of Michigan going to be able to get this TRO in time to allow for this to happen. There was a 12-page letter sent by the Big Ten to Michigan outlining all of the infractions or the reasoning for their infractions and quoting rules and regulations and subparagraphs and other legalese stuff.
Yeah, you know, nerd stuff.
I mean, basically the arguments have been the same as what they have been before, but the Big Ten is saying, hey, the NCAA shared us with some information that, you know, you guys had spreadsheets and it had it very
color-coded and everything.
Very clearly outlined as to what you guys were doing and why you were doing it. And that's where we stand right now. Now the game itself.
Will says Michigan's injunction was just filed. John doesn't know law. I'm an attorney, and there are emergency judges.
Well, if you're an attorney, then show us your blog.
Again, I didn't say they couldn't get it done. I'm just saying it is a court holiday.
You're saying it, and Michigan brought that up. You're just bringing up what Michigan did.
I was just bringing up those things.
Yeah.
I didn't say it couldn't be done. It's just a little more difficult to do, though. You'll obviously be filing the injunction in Ann Arbor. I'm sure you'll find a few happy people with Michigan degrees that will be happy to.
Maybe Will is one of these people.
Could be.
Okay, let's talk about the game itself.
Well, this is the first time since November 20th, 1993, according to Chris Felica.
30 years ago, grumpy old men.
That there are 2 regular season games pitting a 9-0 or better team versus an 8-1 or better team. It's hard to believe.
Wait, say that stat again.
First time since November 20th, 1993, we have 2 regular season games on the same day.
Oh, on the same day. I
pitting
see.
a 9-0 or better team versus an 8-1 or better team.
So this game and then Ole Miss and Georgia.
Correct.
That is a great stat.
On that day, number 9 West Virginia beat number 4 Miami in Morgantown, and number 6 Auburn beat number 11 Alabama.
Was that the year, 1993? I believe Auburn was banned from a bowl, but they went 11-0 that year in 1993. They beat out. That was November 20th, so later in the year. They won the Iron Bowl by 8 points. 8 points.
And by the way, that West Virginia win over Miami was beneficial to Nebraska. Because they would later go on to face Florida State. In the last 20 years, there have been 18 such pairings. 16 were won by the home team. 15 were won by the favorite. So one trend favors Penn State. One trend favors Michigan, who is still the favorite. The line, by the way, has not moved based on the news of today. It's still Michigan at 4.5. I think the only way Penn State wins this game is if and now they have people on the ground taking pictures of the Michigan bus. There's a fence with a bunch of buses.
It's our friend of the Grum. Richard Johnson got this video. Go, Richard. You go, Glenn Coco.
But Penn State's got to get turnovers. They've got to hope that the sloppy-ish Michigan from the first 3 games of the season, when they got a little play with your food happy, shows up here, because Penn State's really good. They're number 1 in turnover margin. They're the anti-Nebraska.
Gotta imagine that game.
It's not going to be a game unless Michigan hits a couple of big plays. They're not going to hit a lot of big plays. It's a low-scoring game with turnovers. That's Penn State's friend.
Yeah, I think that's really the only way that they're able to get this victory. I think that Michigan's a better team. I think that they've shown itself. All jokes and everything aside, I just think that is the way to do it. And you know what, man? Like, the further we get away from the Corey Geiger question to James Franklin, the more that I dislike James Franklin's response. Like, maybe it's the vernacular that really seemed to piss off Franklin, but it's like, this team does need to go deep. They need to stretch the field. They need to attempt to get some big plays. The offense that they showed against Ohio State a few weeks ago, that will not be enough. It will not be enough. Michigan's offense is better. J.J. McCarthy is having a really good season, I think, in the efficiency rankings in the sport this year. He's 2nd. So it's going to be a tough game. That said, what does this mean for them? And I don't just mean, what does not having a Nebraska play shows up. What does not having your head coach mean for the game? Now, we had Michael Severe in earlier, and he talked about the preparation, and obviously the preparation is so huge, but a head coach is also going to make decisions on when to go forward or when to not. Also, John, I don't know if you've seen this, but a ton of Michigan players are just tweeting one word right now: bet. And this is something that bet. It's like I don't even know how to explain it to you. Just we can move on from it.
So it's young people with dumb language. Okay,
there you go. Basically, so you have all these players, and they're dealing with this. And how do they respond?
It's an acronym.
No, it's not. It's like bet.
It's
okay,
it's like okay.
We'll respond. That's essentially what they're saying. We'll respond. We'll show you.
It's okay.
That's So
people.
So
you have dumb slang too.
How does
but ours is stuck.
How does that show itself though tomorrow? Does it show itself in that they're actually so motivated and fired up that it's a good thing, or that it's too much? We are talking about college kids. We're talking about young people who say words like bet that confuse the olds. So I do think that all of this matters. I just don't know to what level.
Yeah, I don't either. One other thing.
Yeah.
One other thing that could help Penn State. Chop Robinson should be back.
Folks.
Coming off the edge for Penn State. Penn State did sack Talia last week 6 times. Penn State can get after the quarterback. Now, McCarthy does not take a lot of sacks, but that would be another avenue where Penn State could win this one. But I know this is a little bit of a monkey wrench. That said, I think the motivation of us against the world will be stronger than the possibility that Harbaugh is not on the sideline. That's my guess. And my guess is also because while, Harbaugh is a beady-eyed, four-eyed, khaki-wearing goober, he's also a very well-prepared one.
Yes, he is.
This team has already played games without him, and I'm guessing that they've had a plan in place in the event that something like this were to occur.
Again, they've played 2 games since all this
happened. They might be arrogant,
but they're not stupid.
But they're not totally stupid.
Yes, exactly.
They're only stupid when it comes to counter.
It's been 3 weeks since everything went down. They played 2 games in that span. They had an idle week. There's no doubt that they were prepared for this moment.
Yeah.
They're going to fight it, but there's no doubt that they were prepared for this moment.
Since upsetting Ohio State, another Bear fact, in State College in 2016, Penn State has lost 11 straight regular season games against top 10 opponents.
Yeah, and when they beat Michigan, because they have beat Michigan since 2016, it's down Michigan teams. They have not beaten since that Ohio State game. They haven't beaten Ohio State, period. And they haven't beaten any of the good Michigan teams. Like, this is another spot for Franklin to prove himself. This is a prove-it game for him and that program. They need a win like this. So I think that they have a lot of pressure, and I really do think that, oddly, this adds more pressure to them because now Harbaugh's not going to be on the sidelines, most likely.
We'll get to the other top 10 game and a couple of the other games of note, including this is a big week, another big week in the Big 12. Let's take Tom's call first before we head to break. Hi, Tom. Thanks for waiting. You're in the zone.
Hey, yeah, this is Bob.
Bob. Sorry, Tom.
Sorry,
Bob.
No, you're good. You're good. Quick question for you guys. This 3-game suspension is obviously from the Big Ten. What is your opinion of the NCAA? Do you think they sweep this under the rug and no big deal, or do you think they drop the hammer? And the reason I ask that, I happen to think that college football, other than Major League Baseball, is the greatest sport on the planet. I think we all know everybody tries to get an advantage, and if stealing signals, if you can figure it out from game tape, from ABC film and ESPN film, they all do it. The problem everybody is having is the extent in which Michigan went to do that, and in doing so, it's illegal. There is a rule on the books, and they broke it. So the question is, do you think the NCAA steps in and drops the hammer on Michigan as a program, or Harbaugh as a coach? Because I don't believe anybody says he didn't know what was going on, because he absolutely knew what going on. And irregardless if he didn't, he's running the ship.
Yeah.
So he's going to be held responsible. So do you think the NCAA is going to do the right thing and save the integrity of the game? If they don't, do you think other coaches are going to continue to step it up a notch because the punishment is so lenient that who cares?
Yeah.
If we can get away with it, let's just do it.
Tom, interesting question. The NCAA works on their own time. Now, what will be interesting is if this suspension holds, will that be considered time served when the NCAA, who will do its own investigation on its own time, hands down whatever they're going to do maybe several months from now?
Good question.
To the point, though, about if they don't do something, will it encourage other coaches to go to the limit? By next year, folks, we're having radios in the helmets, and none of this is going to matter. And now, the in-person scouting, which is the thing that Michigan violated, that's still on the books. But as far as stealing signs, it'll be a lot harder to do because we're going to have radios in the helmets.
Yeah, I'm with you there. In terms of the NCAA punishing them, I really do think it's going to be a slow process, and I still believe that Harbaugh is going to be in the NFL next year. So, I don't know how much of it's going to come down.
If anything, it's going to be an institutional punishment. Because I think the NCAA will try to get its pound of flesh because they know that they'll have the public support behind them. But what's happening right now is more impactful than whatever the NCAA hands down, unless they were to hand down an unprecedentedly
because they're 9-0
penalty.
and they're a few games away from the playoff,
and it's happening within 24 hours to kickoff.
Yes, exactly. Bingo.
Ole Miss, Georgia, and more as we continue, and our key party and predictions for Nebraska, Maryland coming up on 1620 The Zone. But speaking of the NFL, Harbaugh's not there yet, but you can be. Well, not in the NFL, but a $5 money line bet, if you're a new customer to FanDuel, can net you $150 in bonus bets. All you have to do is have one $5 winning money line bet on the NFL. Money line means you're just picking a winner. You don't have to worry about point spreads. So go pick yourself an easy one. Dallas over New York is an easy one, for example, and that can net you $150 in bonus bets at FanDuel by visiting FanDuel.com/1620.
Plus, John, while you're there, look at the prop bets, the totals, and a whole lot more. We have a few good ones this weekend. I know everyone's like, oh, man, this is such a bummer of a weekend. But, man, how about that matchup between Baltimore and Cleveland? Don't forget about Jacksonville hosting San Francisco and a whole lot more. And as John said, go to FanDuel.com/1620 and put $5 down. And if you win that money line bet, you get $150 in bonus bets guaranteed. Again, FanDuel.com/1620, 21 plus and present in Iowa. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager is required. $10 first deposit is required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Remember, no matter how you listen, it's still AM radio. 1620, The Zone.
Standard Heating and Air Conditioning is and has always been locally owned and operated. Now, with 160 employee owners, chances are one of us lives in your neighborhood. We take pride in taking care of you, our customers, and keeping you comfortable all year round. And as always, our technicians don't have sales quotas. When other companies send salespeople, Standard sends qualified technicians. It's just part of
Carrier, turn to the experts.
Good boy. At Cox, we think all customers deserve a reliable connection. So whether you're a loyal customer who's been with us for years, or you're new to the family like this little guy, you'll get the same great deals on the same great internet. And no matter who you are. See how you can save at Cox.com/deals for all. Other restrictions apply, all rights reserved.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call on the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
42 Degrees is proud to join our community in honoring those who served our country this Veterans Day. From now until November 19th, we're collecting cans of food, boxed food, non-perishables, and hygiene products for the Omaha Veterans Food Pantry, helping thousands of veterans in Nebraska and Iowa who are in need. Please bring to any of our Omaha or Lincoln locations. To all veterans, we say thank you for your service. Donate today at 42 Degrees. Buy your mom's house.
Make the right call. John Higgins Weather Guard, the home of the roofery.
When it's time to replace or repair storm damage, make the right call. John Higgins Weather Guard, the local, trusted, and proven choice. No one has installed more DaVinci roofs, and there's a reason why John Higgins Weather Guard is the nation's leader. Community member, community supporter. Make the right call.
John Higgins Weather Guard, the home of the roofery. Make the right call.
Car repair is car repair. Most places you go can change your oil or fix your brakes. The difference is the experience you'll get at Omaha Car Care. We're part of the community. We were born here, and we believe that our relationship with you should be built to last. We're going to consult you, not sell you. We're going to give you a free loaner car. We're going to treat you like a valued friend that we want to continue to see in the years to come. I'm Rick Betker, owner of Omaha Car Care, and we'll be along for the ride.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know? Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun. Fun isn't hard. Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make it fun and engaging, so you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life. You can choose from topics like travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. Plus, Babbel's lessons are designed to get you speaking right away. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations.
Just 3 weeks? Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are designed by language experts and voiced by real native speakers, you'll get the accents just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
And now, try Babbel free at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Well, while all the oxygen of college football Saturday will be sucked out of the room by Penn State, Michigan, namely mostly just Michigan and the scandal, hopefully you save at least a little bit of oxygen for Ole Miss, Georgia, which will be at 6 o'clock on ESPN. As I asked Todd Furman yesterday, every time Georgia zigs, I zag. I don't know. I don't know what to expect here.
I keep thinking back to the Ole Miss Bama game and how Ole Miss couldn't do a thing on offense. They lost that game 24-10.
True.
They had, if I remember right, some drives that went against them early on, and it kind of cost them. But I don't believe in this team and this program in these types of matchups. I would love to be wrong. It'd be a whole lot of fun, and it would be a little bit of chaos that we've been waiting for. But I think that Georgia's just a better team. They got pushed last week. Props to Missouri. They played way better than I thought that they would again, because I'm with you. Every time that I think Georgia's going to blow out a team, they don't. Every time I think it's going to be close, they blow them out. So I guess congratulations to Ole Miss. The game's going down to the wire.
Well, the hope in this one is the opposite of the Penn State one. You want a lot of points and a lot of big plays, because this is where Ole Miss, they're one of the top 10 teams in the country and plays over 30 yards. And Georgia did give up some big plays last week to Missouri. But again, I hasten to pick this guy. I mean, I would only pick Georgia on the money line at this point, because I don't trust anything in regards to the point spread.
Do that for your bet of the day,
because I am wrong with every turn of the screw.
Yeah, indeed.
Pac-12, you've got Utah, Washington, and USC, Oregon.
Not USC, Washington. You have USC.
I said
Oregon.
Utah, Washington.
Oh, my bad. Okay.
I said Utah, Washington,
I'm
and
the
USC,
idiot.
Oregon.
That's a me problem.
Can Washington put together a solid performance? Because, I mean,
their defense
they've
last
been
week
close to being getting got, and I know
Yes.
the Utes aren't great on offense, but Washington's going to give you a chance. Now, if Washington can run the ball like they did last week, that's a recipe against any good defense. So if Washington can do it, that would help.
I love Oregon to perform incredibly well. They have been on a tear since that loss to Washington. They played some really good football. Meanwhile, with Washington, we didn't pick that in predictions last week. I would have picked USC to cover. So I would have ended up being wrong, but their defense looked problematic at times. They allowed a lot of yards. That said, we saw Oregon go in to Salt Lake and just smoke this Utah team.
Yeah.
One thing I am concerned about with Washington, and we talked about this with Furman yesterday too, is the weather. The weather could be bad. So it could be windy. So that would be problematic for them. So this is a game where I loved Washington earlier in the year. They were my favorite team of the first month of the season. And since that Oregon game, they have really, really struggled. So this is a chance for them to say, hey, we are deserving of that ranking. We are still the best.
We are
deserving of the best ranking in the Pac-12 conference. And, we beat Oregon. This is a great chance for them to remind us.
Bare facts, USC hasn't been this big an underdog in over 10 years when they were 15-point underdogs at Oregon. And they upset the Ducks that day. However, in its last 27 games as an underdog, the Trojans straight up are just 3-24. I know it's not going to get as much attention this week because you don't have Bedlam, but thanks to Bedlam, we have Bedlam still in the Big 12, because now Texas is in the driver's seat to be one of the two teams playing for the conference championship. But consider that you have 5-1 Oklahoma State, and then a gaggle of 4-2 teams right behind them. K-State, Oklahoma, KU, West Virginia, and Iowa State. So there's a lot of important games this weekend to try to thin that herd.
And they're kind of sneaky in ways. Like,
yes,
even the
are.
Kansas one, they're playing a Texas Tech team that has, woefully underachieved some of the early preseason prognostication, yours included. But that could be a sneaky one for the Jayhawks. It's a really short line in this one, and Kansas just continues to win. They've been on a nice tear, but Texas Tech is a team that I think has had some bad luck. They've lost a lot of one-score games this year, so they're certainly better than their 4-5 record would indicate. Meanwhile, the Sooners coming off of that game, West Virginia, Oklahoma's almost a 2-touchdown favorite, but West Virginia has had some of their fair share of moments this year as well. And Oklahoma's defense has really taken a noticeable step back. Essentially, if you go back to the Red River Shootout, that was the beginning of the defense not being as good as it was in the early portion of the year.
Clones fans, I feel for
Clones.
you. You got a late game at BYU, and that can be trappy when you have to go to the Mountain Time Zone, play at a place like BYU, play late. But, if Iowa State wants to keep their slim hopes of getting back to Arlington alive, they'll need to win that one. And Oklahoma State, even though they're in the driver's seat as a 5-1 team, and they don't play Texas in the regular season, they're in the driver's seat to be that second team. This game, coming off a very emotional win, going on the road to UCF, could be a little dicey. It's a short line, just Oklahoma State by 3.
Very short
And
line.
consider this. The old guard Big 12 versus the newcomers this season are 17-3.
They stink.
The initiation of the newbies has been harsh.
Yes, the new teams are not very good right now. They are the noticeable upgrade in class level has really reared its ugly head because, in the past we've seen like one school make that jump, like a TCU or a Utah. Of course, we saw like the Colorado move and the Nebraska move, all of these things, Missouri, A&M. We've never seen this many group of 5 teams make a jump as one. And it really is showing in terms of depth and overall talent level.
As many people lament the loss of many great rivalries because of college football contraction.
Yeah.
This rivalry hasn't died because of that. It's just died because one or both of the franchises have fallen on harder times. I miss the days that the Hurricanes and the Seminoles aren't playing more of a blood feud, though it's still important because Florida State is in the race and Miami could spoil it.
See, and there's the word spoil. They are going to get their best shot. They will get Florida's best shot Thanksgiving weekend because those in-state schools would love nothing more than to, essentially end their season because I don't really think that Florida State has a lot of margin for error right now, though they're undefeated. They're going to get in if they win out, but if they lose, I just worry because of their schedule. Louisville almost fell last night. They ended up getting that victory, but I'm with you, man. Like whether it was you growing up in the 80s and then the 90s, for me, it was the early 2000s. There were some memorable football games. Wide right, 1, 2, and 3, and then you throw in a wide left in there as well. National championships always on the line. And we just don't really get that anymore. And you want to talk about a team in Miami that suddenly it's like, what's going on with you guys in year 2 under Mario Cristobal? They were undefeated. They had that nice win over Texas A&M. They should beat Georgia Tech. The meltdown ensues in that one. They lose the next week. And suddenly, they what was the North Carolina game? High scoring loss. The NC State loss a week ago, though, 20-6. Like, what in the world's going on with the Canes?
And a quick couple of notes on Iowa.
Go Hawks.
According to the Bear, dating back to 2 years ago, there have been 16 ranked teams at home favored by 4 points or fewer over an unranked team. One might think that would have led to some upsets, but that has not been the case. The home team has won 14 of the 16 and 11-4-1 against the spread. Iowa, a 1-point favorite as a ranked team at home against the Rutgers. Wow. But the Bear says they still, and listen, if Iowa wins, they're either going to push or cover.
Yeah, in a way, I'm kind of frustrated that I didn't put that in my 4-quarter pick'em.
Oh, I thought you were being frustrated that you weren't going to be able to watch this great game.
Oh, is it on at 11?
I don't know. What time is it?
I have no idea. I'm not going to watch Iowa at Rutgers.
I think it's at 2:30.
Yeah, well,
maybe. I don't know.
See, it is at 2:30. See, I just don't know the TV situation in that studio. Tiny baby TV.
Tiny baby TV.
Yeah, I might have to bring in like a separate laptop and maybe stream a game on that.
The TV's not that bad.
It is, Nick. It's that tiny.
Yeah, but you're closer.
We have 2 TVs in here. Your basketball.
What do you mean, Nick, basketball?
Why can't we do the show in here and reroute it? Let's do that.
You can't do that.
We could just do. What if we just did the show in here off of our computers? We talked into the laptop microphone. That'd sound great.
Also, you can watch the stuff on TV.
It's college football, John. We got to keep people updated with our scoreboard updates.
It's called ESPN.com. Just look at the scores and read them.
All right, I guess that's what I'll do tomorrow. You know what I'll do next, though, John?
Well, we're going to get some trends.
We are going to get some trends.
And then we're going to make some keys.
And
we're going to make some predictions.
Well, but I was going to say.
And we're going to drink some beer.
Hell yeah, we are. One Beer Friday, baby, brought to you by the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild.
And this week's Craft Brewer of the Week, Nebraska Brewing Company.
Oh, that's perfect. Nebraska. We're in Nebraska.
And
Nebraska
what's the
tomorrow?
initials of Nebraska Brewing Company?
NBC.
And who runs Peacock?
NBC.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, heads up a crash on 204th at Q Street is causing significant delays through the area. Also, traffic is stopped on eastbound Dodge from 129th to 108th. Avoid the area if you can. We've got slow going on eastbound I-80 between 84th and 72nd. Delays on L Street for both directions between the JFK and 36th. And then road work also still causing significant delays on Dodge for both directions between 69th and Rose Blumpkin Drive. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by IBEW Local 22.
Does great pay, fully funded medical benefits, and a solid retirement sound good to you? IBEW has immediate openings for electricians. Invest in yourself with IBEW Local 22. Call 402-810-0789 or visit IBEW22.org today.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Giving Tuesday is the biggest local giving day of the year. On November 28th, let's celebrate what the Metro can do together in just 24 hours. Donate to your choice of local nonprofits on Giving Tuesday at shareomaha.org. During this season of giving, it's easy and fun to donate to causes you care about in just a few clicks. Support animals, children, veterans, the environment, and more. Join Share Omaha on November 28th and be a part of Hearts and Hands giving to hundreds of local nonprofits, strengthening our neighborhoods. Giving Tuesday is the day to be counted among those who are doing what's needed in our community. Now's the time to give all we can. Giving Tuesday 402 is powered by Share Omaha. Give local on November 28th at shareomaha.org. Simply go to shareomaha.org to give to the nonprofits of your choice. All in one stop on Giving Tuesday and every day.
Does eating at home have you singing the blues? Stop by Cobb's at the Shadow Lake Town Center, 180th and Center, or 72nd and Jones to grab a delicious pizza, burgers, fresh salad, and some tasty charred wings. They even offer keto crusts and an extensive variety of shareable appetizers. Dine in, carry out, or delivery. Cobb's, now with 3 convenient locations to serve you. Shadow Lake Town Center, 180th and Center, and 72nd and Jones. Click cobbspizza.com to see the menu, pizza, and so much more.
Omaha Maverick Hockey hosts LIU at Baxter Arena tonight. Pregame is at 6:45. Puck drop is at 7 p.m. It's UNO versus LIU tonight at Baxter Arena on your home for Maverick Hockey. News Talk 1290 Coil.
Hey everybody, it's Jimmy Allen and former Nebraska quarterback Adrian Martinez. You know the After Hours Lounge is open from 6 to 8 p.m. when the sports schedule allows. And guess what? I'm stopping by from time to time. When Rob Love's off for the night, Adrian's going to stop by and talk all things Nebraska football, what he's been up to in the NFL, and you know we're going to still talk all things high school sports. And who knows what we'll get into. Maybe you'll get to ask me some questions, so stop by from 6 to 8 p.m. and check out the show. Brought to you by Bellevue University and Papillion Sanitation here on 1620 The Zone.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
It'd be nice to have a pro
throw.
It would be nice to have a pro
throw.
It would be nice to have a pro
throw.
It would be nice to have a pro
throw.
It would be nice to have a pro
throw.
It would be nice to have a pro
throw.
It would be nice to have a pro
throw.
It would be nice to have a pro
throw.
from your mom.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer.
Friday!
We probably have beer center each week. Ralph Club, biggest contributor.
Yeah, for that. I like beer. I don't know if you like beer, Senator, or not. What do you like to drink?
Next
I had one beer. Friday. Yeehaw!
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do, and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was... Nope, it was one beer. Friday.
One beer Friday. Jim Harbaugh's been suspended. Penn State's going to win. Woo! It is time for a One Beer Friday brought to you by the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild. And today we have the IPA Citra from Nebraska Brewing Company. Thank you to our friends just a little bit south of us. Are they technically in La Vista?
That's a good
been
question.
There. We've been there. I think they're in La Vista.
Yeah,
right?
I think so too. Does it say the address?
Yeah, La
on it?
Vista.
Yeah, there we go.
La Vista, which stands for The Vista.
Thank you.
That's true.
Thank you to Nebraska Brewing Company.
Yes.
Thank you to the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild.
And friends of the program, don't forget to share what you're drinking with us.
Yes.
Hashtag One Beer Friday, and I'll slide into your DMs later.
Yes.
And you could win a $25 gift card to the Nebraska Brewing Company.
Wow. Did someone turn down the refrigerator? This is very
It's
cold.
cold.
It is
Dude, when I
chilly.
grabbed them out, my hands were like, I need mittens. Yeah, I don't know. It's
Yeah,
very
very-
chilly. I'm a fan.
But it's good.
Mhm.
It's good. We love it. Thank you. And do as Nick said. Send us a pic of what you're drinking and celebrate. We are. And a Nebraska win. And a Creighton
Nebraska win. Oh, by the way, a reminder. The game tomorrow, it's on Peacock. You're all triggered. We're going to trigger you more. Overreaction is on 1290 Coil because of John. Blame John, tweet him the score, and tweet that you hate him.
Because a winning team is going to be on this radio station and
on
1019 The K.
And we were apparently trying to have it so you could call 402-951-1620. Of course, this was never going to work. So you have to call us tomorrow at 402-342-1290.
No matter what the imaging might say.
It's still AM radio. And it's still Big Red Overreaction.
Hey, listen.
I messed with the imaging earlier.
The
and I kept
original
the number in.
Big Red Reaction, the network show, which still exists to this day, first aired on 1290 K-Car.
There you go. So it's
Call it
old school.
1290 K-Car tomorrow.
All right, I will. It's 1290 K-Car. Let's bring back some old imaging. Nick, will the video stream be on the website like normal?
Yes.
Okay, so you'll still be able to watch us
Yes.
like normal on 1620thezone.com.
Subscribe to the YouTube channel, 1620 The Zone TV, and then do what Nick said and hit the little reminder deal.
bell. You can
And
remind
every
yourself.
time we broadcast, it'll just, remind you, the Zone guys are on. The Zone guys are on, and then you'll be able to
Can
find
I promise that the press conference will be there? No, I cannot. But can I promise you that our takes will be there? I can indeed. So there you go.
By the
Join
way,
us at 1290.
Speaking of the
Many people are subscribing to it.
I'm very heartened to say that Jack Mitchell, who has
Oh.
been such a hater
Yes, he has.
of the Peacock,
Yes.
has now subscribed to the Peacock.
Did you see that he signed up for the year-long subscription?
Well, of course,
also
you
had a
get
discount.
WrestleMania
But it also
and
has
the
a
Royal
discount. I think
Rumble
that's why.
and reruns of Family Ties.
You got $20 off, I think, with the annual plan.
Cool.
It's a great deal.
I love Peacock. We
You
use
can
it-
watch Indy 500 qualifying.
You can. Well, you can't anymore, but you could have watched The Thing before November.
Yeah, you have to go to Fubo.
Tubi. No, Tubi. Go
Tubi to watch it.
All right, let's get to some trends, John. Let's do it. Oh, real quick, though. Asian Joe. Game on Peacock. Overreaction on 1290 Coil. Harbaugh suspended. This weekend is madness. It is a mad weekend.
It is
Say
madness.
Manson?
Yeah, I was just combining. I was reading other words.
Interesting.
Just reading other words.
All right, series history. It's only the third matchup between these teams, and they both happened in the Big Ten era. Nebraska's won them both, and they've held Maryland to 7 points each time.
And and look at that. They almost doubled up. So if the trend continues, they're scoring 100 points tomorrow.
They're scoring 108, just like Florida A&M did in the state of Nebraska over the last 72 hours.
Let's go.
Against the spread, Nebraska's 4-5, Maryland's 3-6. Common opponents, Nebraska's 2-1 with wins over Northwestern and Illinois, and the Terrapins beat Michigan State.
Oh, you jerk. So if you combine those together, Nebraska would have been bowl eligible today, but sadly they're not.
Let's see, big red trends. Nebraska's 2-8 straight up, 6-4 ATS. That's shorthand for against the spread, is a home underdog in their last 10 such games. So just 2-8 when they've been a dog at home. Now, Nebraska beat Purdue 2 weeks ago. That ended a 7-game skid as a home dog. And Nebraska has covered 3 of their last 4 home games as a home dog. So the trend is moving a little bit better in a Nebraska trajectory.
By the way, the only one that they did not cover was against the Wolverines of Michigan. But
we all know they cheated.
They did. Without the cheating, Nebraska would have covered.
This is the 11th time in the last 10 years Nebraska is a home dog in November. They're just 2-8 straight up in those games and have lost 7 of their last 8. However, they are 6-4 ATS and have covered 5 straight. And in 3 of those 5 covers, they were a 2-score dog. Wisconsin and Minnesota in 2022 and Ohio State in 2021. The last straight-up win in November as an home dog was against Penn State in 2020.
COVID.
Nebraska won by 7 as a 2.5-point dog. Also, the under is hit 4 straight times.
That makes a lot of sense, given that this is Nebraska's offense that we're going to be watching tomorrow.
Nebraska has won their last 2 games as an underdog, Purdue and Illinois. In both games, Nebraska was a dog by 3 points or less, just like they are tomorrow.
Okay, so that's a solid trend, but what about for Maryland?
Maryland, 6-4 straight up and 4-6 ATS in their last 10 spots as a road favorite. Maryland has had won 4 straight as a road favorite before losing 2 weeks ago at Northwestern as a 14.5-point favorite. Now, this is only the second time in the last 10 years Maryland has been a road favorite in the month of November, and the first time since 2017. This is just the 6th time in 20 years Maryland has been a road favorite in November. The Terps are 4-1 straight up and ATS in those previous 5. But again, that's over 2 decades. So this is a rare spot for Maryland to be favored on the road in the month of November.
Yeah, because again, we had the numbers earlier this week. They are usually good in September and October, and then they suck in November.
Maryland has lost their last 2 games as a favorite, Northwestern and Illinois. In both games, the Terrapins were 2-touchdown favorites.
Okay.
And this was the stat we quoted yesterday, but since joining the Big Ten in 2014, Maryland is 7-28 in the month of November, and the 5 of the 7 wins are against the Rutgers. So there you go. There are some trends for tomorrow. We'll get to our key party coming up next. We still have our predictions to come as well.
Happer's Meme Guy says Josh arriving to do overreaction tomorrow, and it's JJ McCarthy wearing a free Harbaugh jersey. Not a bad idea. I like the way you think, Happer's Meme Guy. I like the way you think.
If only you didn't get rid of your naked Harbaugh shirt.
If only I didn't get rid of my shirtless Harbaugh shirt. You're
Half
right.
naked Harbaugh shirt.
Now, Troy, who often will show up on Fridays, and he'll do 2 things. One, he'll praise Nick and his genius. And
Thank you, Troy.
And then the other thing is he is like always negative about Nebraska. Says Maryland -2 for sure. Defense will struggle. So he says Nebraska is unable to lock up bowl eligibility tomorrow. That's what he says.
Well, this is going to be next to Shedeur and next to J.J. McCarthy, the best quarterback Nebraska will face this year.
Go back and listen to our conversation with Severe.
He could be. I mean, I don't know how it. I mean, I would rank probably McCarthy 1. We haven't seen Talia up close
Yeah, so
at
this will
least
be
in
the
this
first time.
game. But
go listen to the part 2 of the interview with Michael. Part 1 has a lot of random JFK stuff in there, and moon landing. But part 2, he talked about him being able to climb the ladder inside of the pocket.
Yes.
There was some really good conversation in there. And yeah, I would agree. I mean, McCarthy also has like better talent around him too. But this group, we should not give them short shrift. This is fun. I know that it's stressful because Nebraska hasn't made a bowl game in so many years, and you thought you could lock it up last week, which would allow you to play a little bit freer.
Mm-hmm.
I am curious though to see this defense against this offense because
I am too.
It is just so different than the ones that they have seen throughout much of their. I know they're not on a winning streak anymore, but through the winning streak, they were seeing themselves. They were looking in the mirror. This is not a mirror game at all.
And Maryland appears to be comfortable. I mean, I shouldn't say comfortable, but they've dealt with not really being able to run the ball all that well.
Correct.
Now, they did run it effectively in their first 5 games that they all won, albeit against lesser competition. Last 4 games, the running totals have gone way down, and of course, the losses have gone down, or the losses have gone up. So, you almost go into every game just assuming, all right, the other team's not going to be able to run the ball.
Mm-hmm.
The difference in this one is it's not so much Talia running the ball, but it's his ability to move and get out of the pocket because he's really good when he's throwing on the run or when he's had to move.
Yeah.
And that'll be coming up in the key party in just a little bit. And Michael alluded to it when he was here. But, the pass rush is going to be so important. And if for anything else, just the contain.
Yeah.
Even if you don't get home, the contain, because you don't want him climbing the pocket and you don't want him getting outside, because if he does, then he could turn it into positive yards with his legs, or he can make throws. And as we were talking with Steve Suter earlier this week, Talia's going to have one of those moments where he's going to have his hands up on his helmet going, I screwed up.
Yeah.
What you're hoping is those screw ups aren't maybe necessarily missed big throws, but turnovers.
Correct. And
get back turnovers. They did not do that last week.
And that ended up being the difference. For all the talk in the month of October about Nebraska, losing the ball on their offense, don't forget that they were in the top 15 in terms of turnovers or takeaways per game on the defensive end in that month. And going back to Sevier for a moment, Maryland, 15 sacks allowed in the last 3 games. They have 19 allowed on the whole season. That is a wild stat.
It is.
They played 9 games, and 15 of those 19 sacks have come in the last 3. That is a horrible trend for them, but a really good one for Nebraska. They've had 2 games this year, Nebraska has, with 8 sacks.
Yeah.
2 games where they've been able to get to the quarterback to that level. They got 3 a week ago. Can they do that again?
The other factor is going to be the weather. It's going to be a nice day, but it's going to be windy, and the wind forecast continues to just tick up. South wind in Lincoln, 11 to 20 miles an hour, gusts as high as 30. So this is going to affect the kicking and the passing games. You would expect that a quarterback like Talia is better equipped to handle that, but it will play a role and could also help play a role in, which direction you're going. Again, it's going to be coming out of the south, so when you're headed towards the north end zone, you're going to have the wind at your back. So how both teams play the wind a little bit, it's going to have a say in what happens tomorrow.
Yeah, certainly is. And
So
then
it's
what does that
another-
mean for the special teams? What does that mean for the field goal
Yes.
decisions? What does it mean for the 4th down decisions in general?
Yes. So there you go. There's some trends. But when we come back, it's time for our key party, where we will give you our keys to the game. Before we go to break, though, some breaking news this afternoon on the boxing front. Bud Crawford has been stripped of one of his titles. The IBF has stripped Bud of their championship.
What's the reasoning?
Well, the IBF does not allow for Crawford to fight what's called an optional defense. They had ordered that he needed to fight the interim title holder, Boots Ellis, immediately after the fight with Spence. Not immediately like the next day, but his next fight after Errol Spence, according to their rules, was you need to face this guy, Boots Ellis. Crawford already had a rematch clause with Spence, and it looks like that's where that's headed. So as a result, the IBF has stripped Bud Crawford. Now, he's still got 3 of the 4 belts, But this is the silliness of boxing.
I was going to say.
And the ludicrousness of
Are
boxing.
people triggered by this? Should I be triggered?
I mean, if you just like the pride of having Bud 4 belts, instead now it's Bud 3 belts.
Just 3?
Yeah, because then you could call him 4-belt Bud.
Yeah, now he's 3-belt
The
Bud.
bottom line is he's the best pound-for-pound fighter on planet Earth.
I only own 2 belts. I have a brown and a black. I guess I have a yellow one.
You know
for
what?
golf.
Bud Crawford should fight for the
belt.
Intercontinental Championship, and he can get a belt back.
From the Honky Tonk Man?
No, he's not. He's not no, that's the Macho Man. I don't think Bud could beat Honky Tonk. I don't know if he can get out of the shake, rattle, and roll. Not that I'm underselling Bud, but I mean,
Don't
shake, rattle, and
undersell
roll.
him.
Shake,
I don't
rattle,
think
and roll.
Bud could come over here and kick your
shake,
ass.
rattle, and roll is
Say
a
that I have 3
devastating
belts
maneuver.
again, bitch, and then I'll punch you in the face.
No, he should have 4.
He should have 4. He's the 4-belt man. I only have 2.
Bud, you're still the best, and you know it. We know it. The world knows it. If the IBF doesn't want to know it,
Yeah,
screw
screw
them.
the IBF. That sounds like IBS.
Not that
It
there's
does.
anything wrong
That's
with
what we
IBS.
should. You know
is there?
what?
Be a bummer.
We're calling it IBS.
He has 3 of the IBS belts?
No. Well, that's what we're calling the IBF.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Key parties next on 1620 The Zone.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley.
Hyannis? Thank God you had Terry Keneally, or we would not like you in Omaha. I'm telling you.
I feel like Nebraska City's one of us.
I mean, Hemingford? You should have just gone to Wyoming. Why did you insist on staying in Nebraska? Same with you people in Whitney. Just go to Wyoming.
Go consolidate your schools.
Yeah. You know what, Crawford? You're not good enough for Wyoming. Just go to South Dakota.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley. Weekdays 6 to 10 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from Canoyer Garden Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Your Friday evening forecast will include mostly clear skies with temperatures cooling into the mid-40s after sunset. For tonight, increasing clouds, morning low of 35 degrees, partly cloudy to mostly cloudy conditions for your Saturday. There's a small chance of a sprinkle throughout the early afternoon, highs approaching the mid to upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Anthony Copeland for KETV News Watch 7.
This hour is powered by Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair, Nebraska on 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, that earlier crash on 204th at Q Street and cleanup stages still causing delays through that area. We've got a crash on eastbound Dodge at 680. It's causing stopped traffic all the way back to 144th. Avoid that part of eastbound Dodge if you can. Also, delays on Dodge for both directions because of the road work between 69th and Rose Blumkin Drive. Also delays on L Street for both directions between the JFK and 36th. And then if you're west on I-80, slow going between L Street and Giles. If you're east on I-80, delays between 84th and 72nd. I'm Mike Nabil. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by IBEW Local 22.
Does great pay, fully funded medical benefits, and a solid retirement sound good to you? IBEW has immediate openings for electricians. Invest in yourself with IBEW Local 22. Call 402-810-0789 or visit IBEW22.org today.
Our Cox mobile plans are like a band. The more people you add, the better it sounds. So, add more lines to save more. Pay as low as $30 per line when you add 4 or more gig unlimited lines. It's easy. I like the sound of that. Visit cox.com/mobile. 4 lines required for $30 per line. Price max of 5 lines. Prices exclude taxes, device activation, and other fees and charges, which are subject to change. Cox postpaid internet required. Other restrictions apply.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Learn more at chase.com/business premier. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Account subject to credit approval. Restrictions and limitations apply. Cards are issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank. Any member FDIC.
Okay, next time you're at the store,
I dare you to not think about the unmistakable fresh, clean scent of Irish Spring. Yeah, you heard me. I want you to resist picturing a shower filled with those sensational Irish Spring suds. And if you succeed, well, you got what my gramps used to call resolutitude. Not a real word, but let's be honest, you're probably going to end up leaving with Irish Spring because of its irresistible scent and because you have zero resolutitude. Pick up Irish Spring at Walmart today.
DJ's Dugout Sports Bar is proud to support Creighton Athletics, and DJ's is the official watch party sports bar of Creighton basketball. Nick Hanley here for my friends at DJ's. Watch Creighton basketball on DJ's huge TV walls at 7 metro locations. Plus, enjoy delicious food and a Blue Jay lemonade cocktail, of course. It's an Omaha tradition. Cheer for the Jays at DJ's. Voted Omaha's #1 sports bar, locally and Vietnam veteran-owned. Dig in at the Dugout.
Giving Tuesday is our biggest local giving day of the year. On November 28th, let's celebrate what the Metro can do together. Donate to your choice of local nonprofits on Giving Tuesday and year-round at shareomaha.org.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
Good on you, David Duke. The basketball David Duke.
On 1620 The Zone.
We have the best time at your party. Thank you very much.
It is that time where we give you our predictions, but before we do that, we give you our keys. We just throw our keys in a bowl, and people just randomly just take one, and
then what, John?
And then things happen. All right, I'll take the lead on this one.
Okay.
First one, contain and cover. Contain and cover. And this goes back to what we were talking about in the last segment. And that is Mr. Tungavailola's rushing totals may not be eye-popping, but he will make plays with his feet. Edge rushers will need to be mindful of that as they make their pursuit. And to Michael Severe's point, I'm glad he said it, because when a smart football guy like him says it, and then I remembered what I had put in my keys, I was like,
yes!
I feel good. But Nash Hutmacher, Ty Robinson, and company need to get a good push up the middle to muddy the pocket. Thus, it makes the step-ups very difficult, and it helps push Talia into the oncoming edge pursuit. Then, on the back end, Nebraska's got their most difficult task since Colorado. Now, Maryland does not have a ton of 30-plus yard plays through the air, but they're really good, and they're top 25 in the country in 10 and 20-yard plays. So they'll try to chunk you down the field. And if Talia breaks contain, that's where the job in the secondary gets a lot more difficult, because now you're caught in a, well, do I chase him? Is he going to run? Do I leave my man? Do I stay with my man? This is big tests tomorrow for Tommy Hill, Quentin Newsom, and the returning Malcolm Herzog. It sounds like he's going to be back,
folks.
But it really starts up front. Get that push up the middle, just muddy that pocket. That helps the edge rush, and that's what Penn State and company was able to do in the last 3 games when they've given up famously all of those sacks. Key number 2, Nick. Would you bring up the video, please? I'll let Mr. Burgundy introduce it.
Veronica and I are trying this new fad called jogging. I believe it's jogging or yogging. It might be a soft J. I'm not sure, but apparently you just run for an extended period of time. It's supposed to be wild.
I believe it's pronounced yogging.
Did he sound a little pitched up? Or is that just how?
That's just how it is. The Maryland run game is nothing to write home about outside of their first 2 games versus overmatched Towson and Charlotte. Maryland hasn't rushed for more than 139 yards in any game. So I don't think the Huskers are going to have a lot of issue here. But Corey Dykes, the tight end, is kind of like an extension of the running game. And he's also like a 4th receiver. We were talking to our friend from the Maryland Radio Network yesterday, Steve Suter, and he said, well, he's really more of a wide receiver. He just lines up like a tight end. But he's really kind of their run game. The last 2 weeks, he's had 14 catches for 106 yards. It'll be okay if he has an okay day, but if he is having a better than okay day, that's bad. So
Agreed.
even though it won't be a traditional yogging, he is essentially what has become Maryland's run game. Key 3 is level 2 and beyond. Maryland does play a lot of man in the secondary, and this is great news for Nebraska's run game, especially its option game if Nebraska can master the first level. Could be a good week to see more of the sprint option, or as Michael pointed out earlier, just line them up in the shotgun, give them that zone read, open up some holes, and run. And if you can take advantage of perimeter blocking by guys like Malachi Coleman, there are chunk plays available in the run game, because if Maryland's secondary is chasing Nebraska receivers in man coverage, that means they're not keeping their eyes tuned into the backfield. So you get past the first level, then all of a sudden you can break big plays. Now, obviously, the offensive line has to have a good day to see that front is accounted for, because the Terps are 5th in the nation in fewest runs of 10-plus yards. So it's not going to be a small task. But if you can penetrate that front line, I think there's chunk plays to be had in level 2 and beyond. Josh?
John?
Finish this famous Ric Flair line. To be the man,
you've got to beat the man.
Exactly. And if Maryland's going to be in predominantly man coverage, then Nebraska receivers have to occasionally beat the man. And this is where play action in the deep ball could be a great weapon. I have a feeling Malachi Coleman could have a moment in this game, whether it's another belly G option pass or something else out of play action, where they could hit something big over the top, because he's got the speed, straight line speed, just like he did when he beat Northwestern. But you also have to set it up. And as I mentioned earlier, the winds are going to be whipping up out of the south, so you do have to account for that. So you could surprise Maryland with it early, especially if you have the ball and you're headed towards the north end zone with the wind at your back. And the final key, bootlegging with Nucky.
Huh?
Steve Buscemi earned a Golden Globe for his portrayal of Nucky Thompson in the HBO series Boardwalk Empire. Nucky's business was bootlegging in Atlantic City during Prohibition. Brian Buscini's business is putting the boot to the football and making it go far. Sadly, business has not been as good recently.
With his leg.
Now, Nucky had a very successful bootlegging enterprise because people needed the booze. Buscini needs to have a very successful punting enterprise. Elsewise, the locals will be needing some of Nucky's booze to help them forget another Nebraska loss. We need Buscini to have a good day punting, especially with the wind. He didn't take advantage of the altitude in Colorado, but take advantage of the wind, get some big punts off, and help your team with field position. So
that's a good one. I didn't realize you were a boardwalk guy.
Oh, you don't remember it? We talked about it with Nick.
We did?
In the crossover.
Oh, I don't remember that at all.
Yeah, we love Boardwalk.
I watched the first 2 seasons. I never got around to finishing it.
You should have.
Yeah, I should.
Yeah, Boardwalk Empire is a very good series, and Buscini won.
You were
an
like
award.
12 when it came out.
Now, someone else will have to take up the
Walking
ball for me to tweet out pictures of Steve Buscemi if Brian Buscini has a good day, because I will not be doing it.
How about this? Why don't you schedule like 3? 11:38, 12:47, and like 1:59. And maybe
and
you'll be
see
right.
if one hits?
Yes.
All right.
It'd be pretty funny.
There you go.
I liked your keys.
There's my keys.
Good keys, John. You doing the fun title thing too?
Yeah, now
you're going to like this. Look at the screen there, Nick. The first key is don't. John, don't stop rushing the quarterback. Nebraska now sits at 16th in the country, 28 total sacks on the year in 9 games. They're essentially averaging 3 per game, which is the exact number that they had last week versus Michigan State. We just talked about it in the last segment. Meanwhile, and I don't mean to repeat myself so much, but have you seen this? Have you heard about this? Maryland has allowed 15 in the last 3 games. Thank you to Severe for that stat. Hat tip to you, Michael. Maryland has allowed 19 on the year, which is basically average, a little below average. 15 in the last 3 is obviously way, way, way worse than average. Penn State was able to get a handful of them last week. It helped that game. It helped them move to 2nd in the country. Get to the quarterback. Don't stop. Don't stop rushing the quarterback. Key number 2 is turn and hand the ball off, John. You said it yesterday. Nebraska stopped running the option a whole lot versus Michigan State. We talked about this a little bit with Michael earlier as well. I want to see more of that. I want to see running back carries. I probably won't get my dream of 20 carries from Emmett Johnson, but I would really like to see him get close to that number. Either way, continue to get him some carries. Joshua Fleeks, I like sometimes what I see from him in the running game. I want to see the run game, but I want to see the run game with handoffs. Turn and hand the ball off. The third key is the special teams needs to improve. Come on, Nebraska lost about 20 yards in net punting. You were just talking about Steve Buscemi. You just scheduled tweets, I think, for tomorrow. I don't want to see them mitigate damages tomorrow. I want to see 2 plays. I'm asking for 2 plays of genuine positivity from special teams. That would be, for me, a long punt from Mr. Buscemi, a long field goal knocked in.
That'd be awesome if Steve Buscemi punted.
That'd be sweet in his teeth. Great coverage, a good punt return. Okay, I won't ask for the world, but I just want to see
a good punt return.
Yeah,
they're not going to have a good punt return.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe a 4-yard return. I just want to see the special teams do something.
How about a block punt?
A block punt. I mean, again, the block field goal in the Purdue game essentially turned that game around. Fourth key is ball, as in out. Ball out. Nebraska did a poor job at bringing the energy on Saturday. I thought that it showed from the jump, and I couldn't help but think, John, to the last time that they played in Lincoln versus Purdue, they had energy. I joked about this earlier in the week, but I mean, does it take Maryland like talking trash on the sidelines, like stepping on the end? I don't really care what it is, but have that energy. I'm hoping that the crowd is able to bring some of that energy too, because again, they had it a couple weeks ago. At least the weather's going to be better tomorrow, so maybe it'll be a fuller stadium. But ball out and lock up your first bowl berth in 7 seasons. And finally, over. As in, don't let them hit the over on the ground. You just talked about the run game that Purdue has. We had this stat earlier, again from Severe, in conference games. Maryland is 13th in the conference in rushing. 87 yards per game on the ground, barely over 3 yards a carry. You always tell this story. You told it again this week about the 1996 Fiesta Bowl. You told it on the Hypecast.
I did.
Hey, George Darlington, what's the key in this one? And he said, stop the run. You as a young millennial were like, I'm an idiot. What do you mean? And he told you, if we stop the run, we'll make them one-dimensional. And you said, wow, my millennial brain couldn't understand such a thing. I am good with applying that game or that mindset to this one too. Make them one-dimensional. Again, I go all the way back to key number 1 and rushing the passer. If you make them one-dimensional and they have to pass it a whole lot, which they will, 12 straight games with 30 or more attempts through the air, get some sacks and maybe some takeaways. So again, my 5 keys titled, Don't Turn the Ball Over.
Amazing.
Thank you for coming to my key party.
Amazing.
So what does this mean for our predictions? And for those of you anxiously awaiting Nick's prediction, remember, he's been off the last 2 weeks.
But Nick is so good. Oh, he had the Colorado score half right. He had one thing correct.
What was my? I know I picked Nebraska to win last week, but what was the numbers that I picked?
You last week picked 21-17 Nebraska.
Okay.
You were the only one that had a close Nebraska win. Josh and I had bigger Nebraska wins.
Yeah,
but we were all wrong.
Yeah, they didn't cover because they didn't win.
Very, very wrong.
Sad.
The predictions segment.
Oh.
John, I just saw. Okay, I don't want to derail things too much because we only have 2 segments left. We're running out of time. But according to Michael Rosenberg, who is with Sports Illustrated, last week Michigan Regents discussed leaving the Big Ten if Jim Harbaugh was suspended.
Wait, what? Wait, say that again.
Last week, Michigan Regents discussed leaving the Big Ten if Jim Harbaugh was suspended without what it believes to be due process.
Where would they go?
Nowhere.
The Pac-12?
No, they'd be an independent. I assume this story would say they're going to be an independent.
The SEC would love to take them. Then whoop that ass.
I'm howling at this.
See, when again, when politicians cross over into sports, they are out of their lane.
Yeah, indeed.
Predictions are next on 1620 The Zone.
The best way to catch all the action is on 1620 The Zone. And no line for the bathroom.
Shop Woodhouse Buick GMC first and experience the difference. Their large showroom at 119th and I is indoors. It allows you to shop inside during all kinds of weather conditions. New and pre-owned inventory, stylish SUVs that fit the whole family comfortably, to capable trucks to get the job done. Woodhouse Buick GMC has something for everyone, and I mean everyone. And right now they have a 23 Buick Envision Preferred all-wheel drive for you, which has more than enough style, power, and technology to make every day an occasion. Plus, you can save $22.50 off MSRP right now. See dealer for details. If a truck is in your future, the 23 GMC Yukon with Super Cruise driver assistant technology is one of the features that helps you get the job done. Shop Woodhouse GMC first. Huge indoor showroom, 119th and I, or online at WoodhouseBuickGMC.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Get a full breakdown after every Nebraska game with Big Red Overreaction. And this week only, hear Big Red Overreaction with Nick Hanley and yours truly, Josh Peterson, on News Talk 1290 Coil. Big Red Overreaction is presented by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. And by Coors Light, keeping Nebraska chill. Also brought to you by J. Stinnett Contracting, Dingman's Collision Center and Mechanical Repair, and Rotella's Italian Bakery. Immediately after the game, Big Red Overreaction, this week only on News Talk 1290 Coil.
Brent Rasmussen of Mortgage Specialists.
You've decided to buy a house. Now what? You know, it doesn't matter if you're a first-time home buyer or a seasoned homeowner. The home buying process is not the same as ordering something from Amazon. The biggest trick is knowing how much you really can afford before the real house hunting can begin. I mean, really know. There's no time for guessing games, which is why talking with a mortgage professional like Mortgage Specialists first can make a difference. Some house hunting websites have calculators that'll give an estimate of the monthly payments, but they aren't really reliable. It's a better idea to get an accurate payment estimate using your own personal information. That's where Mortgage Specialists can help. Really help. Find out more when you subscribe to Mortgage Matters in Minutes on our YouTube channel. Just search Mortgage Specialists LLC.
Click mtg-specialists.com. NMLS number 5918, Equal Housing Lender.
As the weather gets colder, the NFL offers stay hot on FanDuel. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. Just think about that. That's $150, Nick, if your team wins.
Yeah, and if your team wins, and if you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. It is as easy to use. That app, very easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and much more. Visit FanDuel.com. Use the promo code ZONE. That's FanDuel.com/zone and kick off the NFL season. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. 21 plus and present in Iowa. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Hey everybody, it's Jimmy Allen and former Nebraska quarterback Adrian Martinez. You know the After Hours Lounge is open from 6 to 8 p.m. when the sports schedule allows. And guess what? I'm stopping by from time to time. When Rob Love's off for the night, Adrian's going to stop by and talk all things Nebraska football, what he's been up to in the NFL, and you know we're going to still talk all things high school sports. And who knows what we'll get into. Maybe you'll get to ask me some questions, so stop by from 6 to 8 p.m. and check out the show. Brought to you by Bellevue University and Papillion Sanitation here on 1620 The Zone.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. hims.com/radio.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions.
Over, bet the over. Vikings in the over.
Time for predictions. Last week, Nick had the best week.
Hell yeah, he
But
did.
by saying best, I mean, he's still 500. Still very close. Very close. Josh
Yeah.
by 3, Nick 4 back. So this is the best three-way we've had in a long time.
He's saying it's close in terms of who will finish second. It is, I would agree. You guys are within one game of each other. You guys are having a blast down there below me.
I'm 4 points.
I mean, considering you're the losingest participant in this series.
I've won more than you, and I've only been here for 2.5 years.
You have not won more than me.
I have.
Yes.
Oh,
One more round.
Oh, stop it, John.
All right, well, let's get started. The line has not changed, despite the news of the day that Jim Harbaugh has been suspended for this game and 2 others. Now, Michigan still got the temporary restraining order out there somewhere, and I'm sure some very friendly judge who's painted up in maize and blue colors, getting ready for tomorrow's game, will say, "Oh, of course we'll give it to you. They're the best. The leaders and best. It's in our fight song.
Oh, it's
we're the champions of the West, even though we're in North Central of North America."
Hey, that's not what
What
goofy
a
sounds
what
like.
a bunch of dumbasses. Their song says the champions of the West. We're west of Michigan.
That's true.
Freaking Iowa's west of Michigan.
That's
Don't
also
you
true.
morons up there know directions?
That's a good point.
That is a good point.
All right. Let's.
Michigan, duh. They're the better team. They're going to kill them.
Yeah.
Michigan by 3 touchdowns.
Yeah.
No.
I was thinking about it.
Wow.
Give me Michigan.
Will there be a defensive or special team score in this game?
Would we count a safety as a special team score, or does it have to be a touchdown?
A defensive score is a safety.
Yes. Probably stupid to say yes, but give me one.
No.
Miami is a 13.5-point dog at Florida State, Nick.
You know what?
What?
Give me the Hurricanes.
Wow. Nick says
the wrong team is favored.
Yeah, down. Yeah,
Florida State.
Yeah.
Florida
State.
Utah plus 8.5 at Washington.
John?
Indeed.
Man. I'm going to go UW. I don't feel great about it, but maybe it'll be like last week where they get a late score and make it a double-digit win. Give me UW.
I'm going to be with you on this one. I think that they have to assert themselves and prove that they are, they're still in that tier. I didn't think they did it last week. I think that they will this week. Give me Washington.
I'm a big Penix guy. Washington.
So we all agree again.
Ole Miss plus 10.5 at Georgia.
Oh, are you gonna do the old coin flip? I think whatever.
I cannot pick this game. I cannot be responsible for this game because every time I think Georgia's this, they're that, and when I think they're that, they're this. I am leaving it to the fate of George Washington and this quarter. I refuse anymore to
year
pick
is that
Georgia.
quarter?
1983.
Oh,
Mike Rozier Heisman Trophy year.
nice.
Heads is Georgia.
Wow, that was a horrible coin toss.
That wasn't a good toss.
You gonna have to redo it.
You need more beans on that flip, John.
Where did it go?
Did you lose the
No,
quarter?
the chair slipped.
Oh, okay.
Damn wheels.
Where did it land on? You have to do it again.
Well, you said it was a bad flip.
Oh, I just was commenting on
Heads
okay.
is Georgia.
Okay.
That's a good flip.
That was a good one.
It's a meaty flip.
What did it land on, John?
Georgia.
All right, give me Ole Miss then.
Give me Georgia.
Wait, you just reacted to my coin flip? You went the opposite way?
I did, yes, because you've been picking them wrong. I think you're the actual problem here.
Well, I didn't pick them. The coin did.
Coins are
I'm
idiots.
with fate.
What
Give
do
me Georgia.
what do coins know?
Coins know many things.
The value of things.
Tennessee and Ole. Why are we picking this?
Tennessee, Missouri, it's a battle of 2 top 25 teams. What do you mean?
It's the battle for
Isn't that
second
really
place in
bad?
the East.
What do you mean? This is a
It's
fun
like the
game.
least consequential top 10, top 20 game
Why
of
is
the
your
year.
voice getting so
What do you
high?
mean? What do you mean? Vols. Rocky Top. Woo! Rocky Top, Tennessee.
Mizzou. Mizzou.
I think there's one thing that both Iowans and Nebraskas agree upon universally.
What's that?
The state of Missouri sucks.
Oh, good take.
Give me
Nick.
Tennessee.
More like Meth-Zuri, am I right?
Hey, yo.
Frisco, 3-point
game.
favorites at the Jags.
Nick, what are you doing?
Gross. Give me the Jags.
I hate this game. I don't know what to do with this game.
I don't either.
Go with T-Law. Come on, I know you want to.
No, I'm gonna buy low on the 49ers. We talked about this with Furman yesterday. Like, if you still believe in the 49ers, this is your best chance to get them at an insanely low price. Give me San Fran.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and take Frisco.
T-Law. T-Law's going to do it.
Texans
Don't say T-Law.
plus 6.5 at the Bengals. I'm going to take Houston to cover the 6.5.
Houston, we have a problem. Give me Cincinnati. Get it? That's a space
I
joke.
get it.
Our show's back. For All Mankind is back.
Oh, hell yeah. I need to get Apple again.
Oh, yeah, you do.
Can I
Nick.
borrow yours?
Nope.
Cool.
Because you talk trash about Apple.
Well, it is
Apple
trash.
Sucks, but it's a
It
good
sucks.
show.
It's terrible.
Well, there you go. You got to buy it.
Joe Burrow's back, and I hate it. They're going to destroy the Texans. Give me the Bengals.
Destroy.
The Lions are a 3-point favorite at the LA Chard. Nick?
Give me the Lions.
That's kind of how I feel.
I don't feel
really,
good about it.
I don't either. There's a world where I can see LA winning for sure.
Sorry, Chance.
But I'm going to go with the Lions.
Detroit.
Yeah. All right. So we all agree.
Creighton on Saturday is playing at St. John's.
Okay.
Nebraska on Sunday is hosting Illinois. Total number of sets lost between Creighton and Nebraska volleyball over under 1.
Oh, you're going to hate me, but push. I was going to say 1. Damn. You were going to go with push. You were going to be a push boy.
I am going to go with push.
Nice.
Screw it. I'll go over.
Over.
It's like a pregnancy. Push.
Who leads the Blue Jay basketball team in scoring tomorrow against North Dakota State?
Who
Kalk.
do you think?
You're going with Kalk. You're going with Kalkbrenner?
I'll go with Kalkbrenner.
I'm going with Trey Alexander.
I do like Kalkbrenner.
You're going to go with
I'm
Kalkbrenner?
going to go with Kalk.
Okay. People like Kalk.
Mm.
All right. Props. Heinrich Harburg, longest rush. Over under 24.5 yards. I'm going to go over.
Yeah, me too.
I am going to as well. He gets above that number, I think, in like half of the games this year, including last week. So, yeah, give me the over.
Emmett Johnson rushing attempts over under 14.5.
Nick?
I also want to go over here.
So he's had 13, 13, and 12 in the last 3 games. I'm going to say over. I'm just going to keep wishing this into existence. Come on.
Then I'm going to take the under and see if I can steal the point.
Give him the damn ball.
Talia Tungaviola passing yards over under 272.5.
That's the real total, right?
No, I made up that total.
Okay.
I did not see a total when I did this morning.
Yeah, real fast. Before we pick this, let's just make sure. I don't think that there would be one up yet.
Is that low or average for a college football quarterback?
For him, it's
that's
right.
Average,
it's
right?
basically his average.
There is no number. I'm going to go under. That just seems like a lot of yards.
I want the over.
A lot of yards.
I'm going to go under. All right. Maryland rushing yards. We're playing Price is Right rules. So it's like bidding.
And you have to be
on
below,
an item.
right? You want to be below.
So it's closest to without going over. If we all go over, nobody gets the point.
Should we? Okay, real quick. Should we write down a number and then say? Because like I don't want the whole like you say 99 and I'm like 98 and then he's like 97. Like that doesn't seem fun.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess we don't.
It does seem fun because I was going to make you go first because you're
Yeah,
leading.
see?
Oh, of course.
I'll go first. 96.
Oh, 96. Okay. How many rushing yards will Maryland have?
86.
Are you going to go 85 now?
Well, wait. If it's closest to Price is Right rules, $1.
Oh, wait a minute.
Wait, what?
It's Price is Right rules. It's closest to without going over. I'm bidding $1, one yard.
1 yard without going over.
So if it's 85 yards, I win.
Oh, I see. Wait, but
if it's 85 yards or less, I win because you would have gone over.
But
you don't know Price is Right rule. Fine.
No, but I thought it was closest to without going over. If you say 1, 85 would be way over. Way over.
No. You've never watched The Price is Right?
No,
I've never.
Okay, so in The Price is Right, you bid on an item.
Yeah.
So let's say you're bidding on that TV, and the TV is $300.
So I have to guess how much it costs.
And you bid 301, and I bid 200. I win because your bid went over the 299. It's closest to without going over. And if everyone overbids, then they redo the bids.
Yes. Now, severe Texas. Didn't you ever watch The Price is Right? No, I'm 35.
Now I feel bad because I had to explain the rules.
Congrats on your point, John.
Well, but if they go over 96 yards,
let's go.
You'll be in great shape.
I will be. Nick, I'm rooting for us. I'm just saying, we're rooting for 86 rushing yards at the minimum.
Brian Buschini punting average over under 41.5.
What is his average? Like
his average is about 41.5.
How is that possible when he punts it for 12 yards a punt?
Well, he's had a few boomers.
I know it wasn't that bad last week. I'm going to say over.
So am I, because I think he's going to catch one up in the wind and it's going to go a ways and it's going to help the average.
An 80-yard punt.
Screw it. I'll take the under.
Okay.
All right. And finally, Maryland minus 2.5, total 43.5 at Nebraska.
Why don't we have the Kingmaker go first?
All right, Kingmaker.
All right. Well, give me 1 second to pull it up.
Nick,
you don't remember what you picked? Would you like to just
over at the little screen over
would
there?
You just like? Would you just like to see it? Because I'll just flash it up there.
There we go.
28-17 Maryland.
Oh wow, he's so confident he didn't even remember what it was. Oh, and now Severe's tweeting. Oh my God, perfect example of millennials not knowing bidding $1 and Price is Right. Michael, I'll bring up a young thing and you won't know what it is either.
Michael, here's my thing.
I thought everyone watched. I watched everyone. I thought everyone watched Price is Right when they were on sick days.
So no, I watched NFL film stuff on ESPN Classic. That's how I learned about the NFL.
I did that, but I did that after school. I watched The Price is Right in the morning.
I watched Boy Meets World after school.
I'd watch it. I just never understood the rules. I just like the colors.
Originally, I was gonna pick Maryland.
What?
But then when I was on the Hypecast this week with the boys over at Husker 24/7, I made my oddly specific prediction, which is that Brian Buschini will uncork a monster punt. It will bounce inside the 5-yard line. It will take one of those Alex Henry sideways bounces, go out of bounds inside the 5, setting up Nebraska's defense to get a safety, which will be the difference in the game. Huskers 15, Maryland 14.
Yeah, I'm going to go.
And it'd be even better if this safety happened in the fourth quarter when it was 14-13 Maryland.
God, if you are right, just imagining when you
and
get
I
to that
won't
point.
see it because I won't have my phone on.
And people are just like cackling and everyone's tweeting, oh my gosh, John is right. I'm going to go with Nebraska 17-13. Are they going to turn the ball over? Yes. Will they get takeaways, though? Also, yes. Nebraska locks up their first bowl bid since the Obama administration.
So Josh and I like Nebraska and the under. Nick going completely opposite, Maryland and the over.
I think Maryland is going to outplay Nebraska just with the passing game alone.
Screw you, Nick.
And I think that their offense is good enough to do that.
He might be right.
I think Nebraska's best hope is the at-home defense.
I hope you're wrong.
Let's see. CJ writes, Josh, I'm 34 and Price is Right was a go-to when homesick from school. Come on, man. Look, CJ, I was watching NFL films and I think it worked. Look at what I do now. I talk about the NFL and films.
Well, so do I, but I also had time for The Price is Right.
Back when you were a kid, there were 2 channels.
I just liked the colors.
No, there were 4, ABC, NBC, CBS, and PBS. And then we got cable.
No, it's called Nebraska Public Media, John.
Even when we got cable, I still had time for Bob Barker.
I like ESPN Classic.
Besides Barker's beauties, especially Diane.
I always forget about Horny John.
Horny John.
Horny John. He was always there.
What's wrong with a beautiful woman?
No, nothing wrong with that.
Especially when they're showcasing beautiful prizes and trips.
Just saying,
especially when the trips were to Hawaii and they would come out in their bikinis.
See, but that's the thing. Poor John had to use his imagination. Meanwhile, Nick and I grew up in different eras.
Dude, the internet is amazing.
I don't have to use my imagination.
Dude, all I needed was an iPod Touch.
You know what else was amazing?
Speaking of
Finding
iPods-
someone's stash buried in the bushes behind your house.
I never would want to
And then
use
you'd see
a wood
bushes
stash.
behind your house.
Nick, see, now this is where the generational divide continues. Yeah, when you go in the forest and it's like, what have we found here?
See, I never got to experience that, but I always heard stories of forest porn. I don't want forest, but somebody else used the forest porn.
Oh, sad.
I don't want to use the forest porn.
There was nothing better than finding the bush in the bush. By the way,
that's predictions.
By the way, 64% picking Nebraska on our online poll.
Let's go.
30% pick Maryland.
Screw
and,
you.
And 6% pick a Maryland win, but Nebraska covers.
Wow.
So in other words, a 1 or a 2 point Husker loss.
By the way, a lot of millennials are not coming to my defense. So tough look for me.
No, it is a tough look because
It's a very
I
tough
also
look.
watched Price is Right when I was homesick.
But he didn't know but you didn't know the rules, though.
Well, no, I just liked the colors.
Wow.
How do you not pay attention to the game?
Because I was 6 and sick.
I knew the rules when I was 6 years old.
Wow, Nick wasn't even faking sick. He apparently was actually sick.
I get actual sick when I was a kid.
Well, but you know what? On some of these rando internet channels, the free TV stuff, there's a Price is Right
Tubi.
channel.
Oh, okay.
There's a Price is Right channel. You can watch nonstop Price is
I'm
Right.
not going to watch it because it would make me angry because prices used to be cheaper back then.
Price is wrong.
Well, it's called inflation, and you can blame Biden for
Ah, rats. Damn it, Biden.
Not again.
Damn it, Joe.
All right. We'll wrap it up next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. This hour is powered by Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair, Nebraska on 1620 The Zone.
42 Degrees is proud to join our community in honoring those who served our country this Veterans Day. From now until November 19th, we're collecting cans of food, boxed food, non-perishables, and hygiene products for the Omaha Veterans Food Pantry, helping thousands of veterans in Nebraska and Iowa who are in need. Please bring to any of our Omaha or Lincoln locations. To all veterans, we say thank you for your service. Donate today at 42 Degrees. Buy your mom's house.
Sports fans, Let It Fly Sports Bar is your elevated sports bar experience. Located in the Capital District in downtown Omaha. Experience Let It Fly's unique brand of hospitality with 2 floors, 2 bars, 2 expansive outdoor patios, and an in-house podcast studio with live broadcast of the Let It Fly show. Hosted by me, Michael Severe, and Josh Jones. Host your next college game day watch party, private event, weekend brunch getaway, or a date night right here at the Let It Fly Sports Bar. Try our delicious brunch menu and reserve your seat for the game.
Do you hear what we hear? Omaha Steaks has tons of jobs and hours. Right now, we're hiring for a variety of seasonal positions in our warehouses. Make this holiday extra jolly with a great employee discount on gourmet foods you can use all year long. To view available job openings and to apply online, go to omahasteaks.com/jobs or text steaks to 22633 to apply today. 'Tis the season to make some holiday cash at Omaha Steaks.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
J-Tech Construction reminds you that this time of year, your home's energy efficiency is under tension. Don't let your windows cost you by raising your energy bills this winter. J-Tech Construction will come out and provide you with a free estimate on upgrading your windows and keeping your energy costs down. They have custom-made, energy-efficient windows that keep the outside out with the professional installation you would expect. Contact the official exterior and solar experts of the Huskers. J-Tech Construction, your exteriorexperts.com.
Giving Tuesday is the biggest local giving day of the year. On November 28th, let's celebrate what the Metro can do together in just 24 hours. Donate to your choice of local nonprofits on Giving Tuesday at shareomaha.org. During this season of giving, it's easy and fun to donate to causes you care about in just a few clicks. Support animals, children, veterans, the environment, and more. Join Share Omaha on November 28th and be a part of Hearts and Hands giving to hundreds of local nonprofits strengthening our neighborhoods. Giving Tuesday is the day to be counted among those who are doing what's needed in our community. Now's the time to give all we can. Giving Tuesday 402 is powered by Share Omaha. Give local on November 28th at shareomaha.org. Simply go to shareomaha.org to give to the nonprofits of your choice, all in one stop on Giving Tuesday and every day.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make it fun and engaging, so you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life. You can choose from topics like travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. Plus, Babbel's lessons are designed to get you speaking right away. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations.
Just 3 weeks. Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are designed by language experts and voiced by real native speakers, you'll get the accents just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
And now, try Babbel free at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct,
Where your mindset is. And your balls.
The 1620 The Zone.
And you know why I'm laughing, don't you? Now, it's time for the Unsportsmanlike Conduct Bet of the Day.
Just a little bit under where some folks would like to see this one wind up.
Brought to you by nobody.
You gotta be kidding me.
Really, we don't have a sponsor. Sorry.
All right, yesterday, John had the Bears to cover the three. You got to push, which is not a loss. I had the under in that game. Thankfully, it hit, even though there was a special teams touchdown. Nick had Louisville to win outright. Oh, boy, that could have been bad.
It was rough.
I got a parlay for you. Give me Michigan to cover. Give me Bama to cover. Give me Tennessee to cover. And give me Florida State to cover. Plus 1,117.
I'm going to take Michigan on an alternate line minus 13.5.
Whoa.
Plus 240.
Josh, I'm going to do something dumb. Get ready to type.
Type.
Jags, Vikings, Browns, Texans, plus 55.87.
Not the Bengals?
Not the Bengals.
Not the
You
Bengals.
took the Bengals out. Okay. That's the bet of the day.
Iowa.
All right, don't forget, with Creighton basketball here and on 101.9 The Keg, Josh and Nick will be over on 1290 for Big Red Overreaction. We'll have Creighton basketball tomorrow. Coming up next, both Rob and Taylor in this, not Taylor.
Adrian, wow, you did the thing, corner.